Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. That sounds good. We are here and we are live. Thank you so much for being with us. The number, as I said, 866-WE-BE-BIG. It is a brand new show and a brand new day, and it's day 2 here at our new home. And we thank all of you for making us part of your day, as always. Scheduled today, Bible study live at noon Central for those of you. That returns for the first one of 2022. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show coming up in 1 hour from now. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. From upcoming events, the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, there is a slew of events you need to go and check, make sure that you know what's going on. Also, you got the Rick and Bubba store. Maybe you were busy buying other people other things during the holiday season, and you go, you know what, I kind of want something. Well, go to the Rick and Bubba store and buy you something. It has got a number of different items that hit right there around November, December. Those are still there. Really anything for that Rick and Bubba fan, it's there at rickandbubba.com. Click on store. All right, well, let's bring everybody in as we are still working through certain things here in day 2 of our new home as we are all getting adjusted. I know as a staff yesterday, it felt a little bit like we were doing a road show at a golf tournament, but then we realized, no, this is actually our new home. This is where we go every day. So let's bring everybody else in. To my left now is Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Gentlemen.
Everybody good?
Good.
Fired up? Good.
Musical chairs.
Yeah.
From yesterday.
So
We're
what was
trying out different ones.
what was the reasoning behind us moving today? Just to give us a better look, or spread out?
Yesterday,
or what was
yesterday, I believe the idea was get us over here so that the actual
unveiling.
set
That
could
was
be
what
on
it
the
was.
main show.
Okay.
And then today, I think it's more of it's a good wide view.
I like this shot.
No switching involved. Just kind of set it up and go is what I believe.
I'm in the same spot I was in yesterday, so it's not really a whole lot of difference for me. Gregory's over there.
Yeah, I'm out here in no man's land.
Yeah, y'all can decide.
I think
what you
this
wanna
was
do.
Speedy's ploy to split us up. He can't take us being together so much.
Yeah. Well,
I think that's what it was.
Well, it's that whole dog thing.
Yeah. You and that dog.
Amanda actually brought that up last night.
Yeah.
She goes, "Is Greg really giving you and Speedy a hard time about you two having?"
Your puppy buddies.
Yeah.
I'm a puppy buddy.
I got to get you right here. Say something again.
You're a puppy buddy.
No, you still sound.
I did. I don't know.
No, I was just gonna sound. You still sound like Greg. I just gonna see if I could adjust you a little bit. See if you sound better.
Change me? Maybe try. It helped. I'll tell you that.
All right. So,
How was day 1 for y'all? Was it somebody asked me this last night?
A blur.
A buddy texted me and said, "I need 20 words," and I'm not asking you to do this, but this is what they did. They said, "Give me 20 words or less on how your new routine."
What, you in a game show?
Hey, well, you got some weird friends.
Good night.
So-
Could you not just have a conversation?
No, I just have friends, Greg.
But why
They're
they
not
gotta-
weird
why
friends.
they
They're
gotta
just
give you-
friends.
Why
It's
they
like an
set like 20 words or less? Oh, you went over.
That's like it's like you're getting the right article. I'm getting you 20 words. And
Of course, I made sure that I gave him 2 answers, and I gave
they
him
20
20 or less. One of them was 19, and one of them was 20.
Wow.
I actually counted them just to make sure.
Wow,
You
that's
need
impressive.
to reconsider that guy's a friend.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
You need
he's gonna make you count words.
less
That's
hassle
not
friends.
true
Just,
friend.
Wow.
You just have a conversation. Don't count words.
Okay, boy, y'all pound on anything,
Well,
won't you?
I'm just saying. I mean,
What kind of dogs he got?
I do see one thing you did.
Shave and a haircut.
Yeah, sure did.
So we got us a little shave. We found us a place open, did we?
I did.
Look
Well, I
good.
gotta find a place. We can get our hair.
But it
at
ain't
the old
about you.
studio. We could walk across to the hair place, but not now.
Well,
hair
I went.
places here at the Meadowbrook.
So young Scruggs said, "Hey, you need to go to this particular place.
Well,
It's
Scruggs got a
right down
nice
the
head of
road."
hair.
My gosh, you do everything he says.
And so, well, he goodness gracious. So this is the way today's going to be. It didn't take long, did
Well,
it?
10 words. I want you to explain.
yeah, don't go over.
So, and I need
Stop.
I need to ask you guys what you think about this. So, I see people do what I did all the time, but I felt bad being this guy. So I went in one place a mile from here, and signed up. Hey, sign up, sir, if you don't mind. And so I did the little thing and signed up.
You didn't check
and your
in
name,
online?
and in this place, your name pops up on the TV board they have.
Oh.
Serving now.
I was the third place in line, and it's 24 minutes until I get my hair cut. And I thought,
That's a
okay,
long time.
that's 24 minutes that I could at least run an errand or do something. So young Scruggs said, hey, why don't you try this other spot? So I went over there, walked in, sat down in the chair. I was done in like 8 minutes.
That's where I want to go. That's the way that other place was.
And I didn't tell the other place that, hey, by the way, I'm not coming back.
Oh, that was mean. That's
So
rude.
you left it
So
on there.
that's what. So my name was up there for at least 24 minutes until somebody was in that uncomfortable moment, going, Michael Helms, Michael Helms, Michael H.
I guess he's
Michael
not
H.
here.
Is Michael H. here?
I guess he's left.
I saw his widow peak earlier. I was looking forward to styling that.
And for
baby
some
up.
reason, he was counting his words, talking to a guy on the
I
phone.
asked him in 20 words, tell me how much you want off the back or the front.
He was like 18 and 19. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
And
Anyway,
but no,
so they got it done, and it was a great job.
What was it? The girl's name that cut your hair?
I don't know.
Oh,
How far is
wow.
that
So
place
you
from here?
didn't have much conversation.
Well, they make it hard. We had plenty of conversation. By the way, she said she listened to the show. You're always uncomfortable because you go in at these times before lunch, and people are like, "Oh, so you're on your lunch break?" And I'm like, "No, I'm done for the day." And then they start asking, "Well, what do you do if you're done for the day?" And so you start answering those questions. And she was young, probably in her young 20s, and she was like, I used to listen to the show when I was a kid, and I was like,
Yeah, it makes you feel old.
well,
doesn't it?
she's like, I was listening. When I told her I'd been working here for 14 years, she was like, oh, yeah, I was definitely listening to you guys going to elementary school. And I was like, wow, okay. That's fun. I'm old now.
Yeah. Well, you got you.
She did a good job.
Hey.
Well, thank goodness Scruggs told you where to go, or you'd still be sitting there waiting.
She said, how you want to cut? I said 5 and 2, and take care of rip off that widow's peak.
There you go.
Just
Hit
just
that
right
edge.
Circle it off, edge it off.
Hit that edge.
So are you going to go to the same place, Greg?
Yeah.
Hey, and it's kind of hid back, so not a whole lot of people
Is
know
it
it's even
through
back
over
there.
this way?
I'll show you.
I know where the other place you went.
Yeah. So instead of going there at that red light, just go to the next red light and take a left, and it'll run you right to it.
Got it.
You don't got it. I could tell you weren't listening. I could tell by the way.
He did. He wasn't listening.
I know
at all.
I'm not listening. Look.
I was kind of.
You weren't.
I was trying to count my words.
I knew that was good.
Well, I wish you knew her name.
Hey.
My goodness. We'd say hey to her.
Nah,
She ain't up.
they don't wear name tags, and you feel weird. I don't know. She didn't ask me my name.
What about
so.
that other one used to cut our hair? Wow. She was
Greg,
strange
let's not
looking.
even go there.
Yeah.
She was as sweet as could
She
be,
was,
though.
but she
Yeah.
was,
That's the only reason I let her cut my hair. She's just sweet
she
as
was
could be.
unique. I'll give her that.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. It is 21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're live, and we thank you for being with us. As always, we appreciate you making us part of your day. All right, so, coming to and from the station here where our new home is, it's a little bit of an adjustment when it comes to just the route, the transportation here or there, time spent in the vehicle. And I've got coming here pretty dialed down. I realize how I want to come to the station, and it's working. It's working. Well, here's what I've decided. Without getting too local and naming cities, because a lot of you don't care about that because you don't know what I'm talking about. There's two ways you can go that is stop and start through small cities that have a lot of red lights and a lot of police officers, and if you go 5-10 miles over, you could get pulled over, and there's nobody on the road, and so you're not trying to speed, you're just driving.
I got caught up this morning and thought I'm about to get a ticket. I had to calm down because you get on 280, which is you got 3 lanes and can go, and nobody's out there. Boom. You lose track of how. I think it's 55 is the speed limit. Mm-hmm. I was doing 62, and I thought, hey, tap the brakes here, Helmsy.
Yeah, and so what I've decided to do is kind of go the same way I went to the other studio.
Yeah,
get up and go main interstate.
Yeah, I got you.
And then go big road here. Yeah, kind of thing to where red lights really stay green up to a certain time.
Big road is what I was mentioning. Yeah,
and so I've decided. If I do that, there's only about a 2 to 3 minute difference than how long it took me to get to the other place. So that's good. On the way home, however, it's a different animal. It's adding 15 minutes at least to the trip, and I haven't figured it out yet. I know time of day is very crucial. I actually like going home more not getting on big road and interstate because big road's always backed up. But if you go the other route, it's all you're subject to is school letting out now. You got to try to figure it out. But I've tried going 2-lane road and hopping through some cities to get back. Today I'm going to try big road, and what I'm doing is I'm just doing my own study.
I think
just
that's going to be your
figure it
best
out.
bet. And the reason I say that, and I'll say this too, so this will help you out. You've got 2 routes you could go with big road. Mm-hmm. You could go big road to interstate, or you could take that exit right before interstate and come around and go through that little shopping center on down, and it'll take you to the next exit. That would be your second option.
Okay.
But I'll say this. I have to take big road that you're worried about being backed up.
Right.
And it has not at this point. Now, it will today because we're talking about it, but it has not been backed up. And it moves, even if there's a ton of cars, it moves pretty good.
And big road has 3 lanes on one side.
It does.
Okay.
And the turn lane you're going to have has 2 big, long lanes.
Yeah.
And that light it extends longer than you think it will.
Yeah. How is it for you, Greg? Because I know that even though you used to go interstate pretty most of the way, but now you're kind of, are you cutting through or are you going interstate around? You decided?
I haven't tried interstate. I'm cutting through on 119, which I'll be honest, I'm just looking for a break.
Yeah.
I think I could go big road all the way, and I don't think the time. It's not any more time. I think this is shorter distance the way I'm going, but the time's no different because I go slower on that road.
Because you were getting off the same exit and just going right to where we were. So if you just come left, I think you're right. It probably would be a little quicker.
But I just,
just change the scenery.
Going home, obviously, I'd want to try to
bypass a bunch. But I'm trying to dial it in, and I'm kind of laughing at myself because I've got a default. I don't know if all of you do, where you're just comfortable going a certain way. Yeah. And I said, okay, I got to break it up. So yesterday I split over and went a different way, and there's just our hours are never set. We just leave when we can leave. Make sure your responsibilities are done. But if you can do some of those responsibilities remotely, then you can go home or work however you want to. So it kind of fluctuates. We could have an early day and be out of here at 11, or have a late day and be out of here mid-afternoon. Yeah. And so I guess I'll just have to wait.
I think if you go big road today, it's going to be 5 to 7 minutes longer than what you do in the morning. That's
okay.
It.
All right.
That's my prediction.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to try it.
By the way, I stopped at a gas station this morning. I haven't done that in years. I had no need because I was 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But I got me a couple little, because we've been worried about the breakfast deal here. What are we going to do and all this, and we're all trying to do a little better, whatever. So I went in and got me a little protein bar this morning for the day.
Oh, did you?
It was weird seeing other people that, I wonder if they're coming home. Like one guy pulled in and I don't know what he was getting in there, but you could tell he hadn't gone to bed, and his life's probably not in order at all.
Yeah.
And then you had a nurse or somebody that works in the hospital, had some scrubs on, and you're oh, they're getting after it. Like she has it together and he doesn't.
Yeah.
Of course, I didn't say any of that out loud, but that's what I was thinking as I was watching them.
I'm dealing with something at the house, and Helmsy kind of knows about it. Greg, I've kind of kept it from you.
It has nothing to do with their dogs.
Actually, it does. My wife has bought two coats.
I can't believe you're saying this.
Two little coats for my dog.
Jackets.
Jackets.
And they've never worn any before?
Well, no, they're fine. They'll wear it.
Really?
Yeah, luckily heck, you can put anything. Wow. She also got them little Christmas scarves that they wore, too.
See, I had 2 Datsuns one time, and we put these sweaters on them, and they completely ripped them off each other.
Yeah.
Just destroyed them.
Well, I just don't know what to do because she thinks, they're like half human. Like, no, they're dogs. They got fur. And anytime it gets below 45, it's let them in. Let's let the dogs in.
Jackets on.
Yeah, they are.
He shared that with me.
Yeah.
Because we shared dog pics.
He was sharing me pictures of Coco running in the snow, and it's kind of funny to see a puppy run in the snow because it's their first time.
I saw that. Yeah.
And buddy, you don't have to say that.
I saw it yesterday.
And I said, well,
it'd be fun if you take a picture of it taking a dump and send it.
Yeah, with his new jacket on.
Yeah.
And so I sent him back. I said, well, this is my world, but I don't know what to do about it. So
now, on these
really cold nights, she's letting them come in. And so this morning, I I got up and I heard.
Oh,
I'm like, what is it? It's like they got
on.
corduroy shorts on or pants on,
So
walking.
they had to sleep in their jacket. They
And
can't be
but it's
comfortable.
just the top, and so it's like it's not like coming down both all four legs and all this kind of stuff. It just kind of
but
comes
still,
around the neck and
y'all
it's up
wadded
top.
man, trying to sleep.
So I let them out, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm gonna let them out while I take a shower. And so I'm leaving, and I'm like, do I leave them out? Do I bring them in? So in an effort not to get in trouble from the wife when she wakes up, I let them back in. And
In their
so,
jackets.
in their jackets, and I've wanted to keep that from you because I know you probably don't have a jacket from Mr.
There's
Buddy.
no way they like those jackets.
No way. I
Now,
know.
they may outside, but when they're in the house trying to lay down and sleep, that's like sleeping with a shirt on.
I know.
Yes.
I've even looked at them, and they can't understand English, but I think they understand commands and things like that. But I've just said, I'm sorry.
Does it call them? Does it make them kind of?
They're just kind of walking around looking at me like, I mean,
Well, if I got a
they're
jacket.
Australian Shepherds. They got long hair and everything.
Yeah,
But she
they're
thinks,
made for the cold.
She thinks all they need are little jackets. I'm like,
I'm gonna have to get Marty and Buddy one.
yeah, I need to see Mr. Buddy running around on a little
Oh,
jacket.
it wouldn't stay on him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live, and we thank you so much for being with us. Guys, I don't know about you, but our New Year's Eve celebration is really, I mean, I guess it's uneventful. There's been New Year's Eves where we've gotten together with some friends, kind of a low hassle. We're kind of hanging out, celebrate the Eastern time zone New Year's Eve celebration, and then we go home and we're asleep by the Central Time celebration. This past New Year's Eve, everybody was gone. I mean, there was nobody at the house, and Terry and I, we just kind of found ourselves just sitting there, and I was like, what do you want to do? And she's like, I really don't want to get out and get in the middle of anything. I'd kind of just like to chill out. And so we did. And we started laughing at each other because, we've talked about how we're on the old-timer schedule, senior citizen schedule, it seems like anyway. We start getting hungry at 4:30. We want to eat. And then it's bedtime before you know it, but we do get up pretty early. And so we were sitting there, and we kind of started laughing with each other because we're like, how are we going to even make it to the Eastern time zone? How are we even going to do that?
It's
tough. We tried, and we did, and then, of course, we went to sleep. It was very uneventful. And I heard somebody say, shouldn't your New Year's Eve celebration be low hassle so that you can actually wake up and celebrate New Year's Day instead of sleep until noon because you stayed up so late? It was kind of funny little commentary I heard. But anyway, I watched a little bit of the Ryan Seacrest thing. I went over to the Miley Cyrus thing, and it looked like a trash show. I was like, okay, I can't do this.
The better one was the one out of Nashville.
Was it?
Yeah, that was good. I was going between that and I never eat the Miley one. I'm like,
yeah, but yeah, the Ryan Seacrest thing. It was like all. I mean, he's really
Journey was good.
Yeah, they were. Terry did not know about the new lead singer that's been with him, and she's like, "What's going on here?"
He's been with him a long time.
And I was like, "Terry, wait to see how much like Steve Perry he sounds like." And she says, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it."
Yeah,
first time.
But they sounded really good. By the way.
But I did not.
Jacksonville's own Riley Green was on the Nashville one.
Oh, I see. What channel was that on?
I was on the major networks.
Okay, I missed that one. Dadgummit.
It was good.
I went over and saw Miley Cyrus sing like a half of one song, and I turned it. I was like, I'm not going to do this. But did y'all see Anderson Cooper in his little deal?
I did not, but I heard that him and what's the other guy?
Andy Cohen,
and Andy was drunk.
Yes, and that's what I was
showing himself.
Yeah, and that's where we were going. We had this video yesterday. We just never got to it.
Or something.
Yeah. Andy Cohen started going nuts on former mayor of New York, Bill de Blasio.
Then he called Journey fake Journey.
Yes, and he had this raspy. I've been kind of sick, or I've been screaming a lot. My voice is kind of hoarse.
I'm still flamboyant though.
Well, today he's doubled down today because everybody's like, okay, you were obviously drunk on the air.
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper's trying to tell you, okay, buddy, this isn't how we want to start the new year. And he just kept going and going and going. Yes. And but today he says, I will not be shamed for having fun. He said he's doubling down on it. And Adler's got a little bit of this back and forth. It's pretty funny. Take a listen.
Tell us something, Andy.
Watching Mayor de Blasio.
Yeah, was that what sounds just like him?
Don't go on a rant.
We're dialing in here, I think.
It's funny to see.
I thought you gave me a look. Okay.
As the mayor of New York.
I'm not hearing anything.
It's funny to see it behind you and him going.
Is what a horrible mayor
Please start it over.
Wow. So, sayonara.
Tell us something, Andy.
Please watch.
Watching Mayor de Blasio.
Don't go on a rant.
Do his
Don't go on a rant.
victory lap dance. After 4 years of the crappiest term as the mayor of New York. The only thing that Democrats and Republicans can agree on is what a horrible mayor he has been.
Wow.
So, sayonara, sucker. 2022. It's a new year. Because guess what? I have a feeling I'm going to be standing right here next year. And you know what I'm not going to be looking at? Dancing as the city comes apart.
He's talking about.
Hey, buddy.
I had a little bit of second hand on that because Anderson Cooper knows, okay, I'm going to be the one that hears about this. Andy's going to do this and then move on with his life. But he gets on this drunken rant on CNN on New Year's Eve. He says that he was trying to cheer people up after Betty White's death and says he has no apologies for for his drunkenness.
Wait a minute. He's somehow saying that he was trying to cheer everybody up because they were down about Betty White?
Yes.
Oh, well, nobody needs to blame him then. He was just trying to cheer everybody up because the whole world was, gripped in depression over Betty White going in at 99.
Apparently, imagine this interview.
Boy,
he was with Howard Stern on Tuesday and said that he will not be shamed for having fun on New Year's Eve. That's my job. He had cited her death hours earlier. Yeah.
Please don't touch me.
Well, look, everybody was down about Betty White.
Yeah.
I mean, she went in at the young age of 99. That's always tragic.
Apparently, he was with I think Ryan Seacrest too, maybe.
No, probably.
But anyway, he goes on and on here,
saying, "Look, journey is fake journey."
Saying, "Look, after COVID-19, the pandemic, that's reasons to kick it into gear and have fun." And so he says, "I'm not."
I hate I missed that. I was over there watching Miley.
Yeah. Hey, that's a trash show. Good night, alive. I was dirty for watching half a song. I was like, okay, I got to get out of this.
I think we were asleep by 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
For the last.
Do you feel obligated to stay up at all?
Well, that's what I was going to say.
So for the last.
Really. So this was our fifth year. For 5 years, we've been doing something we've had a tradition of doing something with other. Greg the Winklevolses. That's who we. It's the Wintermantles, but you call them the Winklevolses.
Winklevoss twins.
So we've had that tradition. Well, last year COVID ruined all that.
This is a family you go on trips with.
It is, and so that's our New Year's.
Is that the guy that made you count the numbers?
No, Greg, that's another friend.
Okay.
And so,
I meant words.
So last year we kind of got off of our tradition because of COVID,
right?
Because everybody was sick at our house, and then so this year they were at Disney, and so we were like,
y'all didn't go with
let's just not do anything. So to your
feel
point,
lost without them?
A little bit. I missed them, but a little bit I was like,
you got
Amanda's like, do we want to?
to?
Amanda was like, do we want to do something else? And I'm like, I'll do whatever you want to do. And I was sitting there hoping she would say this, and she was like, let's just stay in.
Yeah.
And so I was like, yeah.
I cannot remember the last time we did anything on New Year's Eve. I can't remember it.
I think we were asleep by 9:30.
Yeah.
I think Lisa went to sleep like at 10 till 12.
I played tennis the next morning
wait 10 minutes.
at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I got in bed early.
Well, I want to say it was a couple of years ago.
About the fireworks
It's the last time since we've done anything, and we just went over to some friend's house. Literally, he grilled out. We just kind of hung out and came home early. But I'm gonna tell you one thing: Helena,
in 20
Alabama.
words or less, tell us what you did.
In Helena, Alabama, they sell fireworks. Oh yeah. I don't know. Praise God, I've never been in a war zone. Okay, but I'm like, if I was, this is what it would sound like. And it went on and on and on. Somebody, and normally we'll crank a box fan up for noise and drown everything else. I could still hear somebody close by me. It was 12:20. I wanted to go drive and find that person's house and go, what are you thinking? What are you doing? What are you doing?
How do your dogs, of course, I think the jackets probably helped them. People do you, but how do they like the noise or not?
One is clueless. That's Leo. He's the wild card of the bunch. Jack, he's a little older, and he didn't like it. He didn't like it at all.
You see every year, people say their dogs will run off and they can't find them. That they get spooked by the fireworks and they disappear. Some people never.
Coco actually likes it. It's the strangest thing because we've never had a dog that didn't do anything other than run under the bed.
Yeah, Buddy hides in the garage. Buddy hides.
Coco wanted outside and she wanted to stay on the back porch, and she would just sit there. And every time a firework, she'd just look. Yeah. She'd just look. And she'd just look.
Well, Jack,
she's enjoying it.
I've noticed that thunderstorms. It's gotten to pop a little bit here recently, where the thunder's really loud.
Yeah.
And then I've noticed he doesn't really like it. And he's the same way with fireworks. Now, Franklin Adler is your wild card, I should say, right?
Yeah, can y'all see me, by the way?
Yeah, yes, barely. Look like Ziggy.
I'm actually too short for this camera to work out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not good.
You look like the guy, who was Wilson on Home Improvement?
Yes, I should just be this. Just like, I feel like if you can't see my mouth, I seem more wide.
Yeah, that's cool.
I feel like I have more like to share, in a
peeking over the
way.
fence.
We just have to drug Franklin every year. We just drug him.
What do you drug a dog with?
We just give him drugs. Well, Franklin had that back surgery.
Yeah.
We had leftover drugs.
Oh, yeah.
We have leftover drugs
Are you
from the back surgery. Yes.
Yeah.
So New Year's Eve,
my
Franklin's just walking around, just like having a good old time, like I'm flying through space. Happy New Year, everybody.
He's calm.
So we drugged
Mike
him, and then for Ruby for New Year's Eve at like 8:15, I just found a video on YouTube that was like a fake countdown to a New Year, and then we celebrated that.
That's
And we're
excellent.
Like, hey, Happy New Year, Ruby! It's really midnight. We promise.
Yeah, that's good. That's
And then
good.
put her down.
You sound better than all of us. That's good. That's really good. So I'm glad you had a good New Year's Eve.
At least he didn't drug Ruby. He drugged Frank.
Right. Yeah, I was worried about that.
Right.
No.
You got to be careful who you give that little ball of cheese to. You want to make sure you give the right person the right ball of cheese.
No, honey, that's Franklin's.
That's Franklin's ball of cheese.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 15 minutes till top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. It's 9 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. You know, with the new year now here, being comfortable in your own home is important. And now, how about a new couch or a sofa or a chair for the family room, your living room, maybe a screened-in patio area, or even your house at the lake or in the mountains? That can make a big difference. And Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade-in-America furniture. And I'm talking about its, modern designs. It'll fit any room, from armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They have got you covered, and it's all at affordable prices, which I love. It's pretty special too, because it all comes customized and ships right to your home from their factory in North Carolina. You pick the fabric, the color, the leg types, plus sofa sizes and shapes. It's a perfect fit, and it comes right to your house. Maybe you have an office like us. Maybe that's something we need to look at, guys, for our new little hangout
brought
room.
that up. We need a sofa from allform.com/Bubba.
Maybe that's what we need to do.
Yeah.
Lay back and relax.
Come on with it.
Because look, you're getting to it, but the stains and all that, it's like a bunch of kids and pets in here anyway.
That's right.
Stain-free, scratch-resistant. Bring it on.
Really, this is something we need to do straight up.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not kidding.
I mentioned it during
Watch
the best
it now.
stuff.
Watch it.
Allform.com/Bubba. Furniture arrives fast. Shipping is always free. You could have your chair or sofa in 3 to 4 days, customize exactly the way you want it. And you don't need a screwdriver either, Greg, because I know you get frustrated trying to do things like that.
No tools.
It is set to go tools free. If you're worried about things like, oh no, what do I do? Can I return it? Yes, it comes with a 100-day free trial with free returns and a free refund, full refund. So you have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose at all. Go to allform.com/Bubba, and when you do, you're going to have 20% off as you celebrate the new year off anything you buy you get your forever warranty as well. So that's 20% off at allform.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
I'm going to bring a Helix in here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Why not? That's the same company.
It is, buddy.
Company.
I know you're trying to be sharp.
It is.
That's
Trying to be
good.
sharp time
Hey,
together.
right. I know you got a mattress. You're good.
I do.
Yeah.
Helix.
2 questions for y'all. One,
How many words?
are we? This is probably a question for Scruggs and Adler.
Okay.
Actually, when we do the websites and we call them out, is it / or /?
I just say /.
What is the proper?
You're actually the IT guy. You should.
I think
know.
there's
Well, that's why I'm.
Is there ever?
I've always
does the slash
said
ever go the other way?
there's a /. I always go forwards. I always say /, but I hear you guys saying / and I'm like,
I'm
man,
just
I
reading
don't want to say / anymore. I'm just going to start saying
I thought
/.
/ If you say /, that's the default. Everything's backslash.
Are you making that up?
No, I just thought so. I don't know. We can go to Adler
Ask the
since you want to
Gold
talk to
Dust.
him about it.
I thought / was the default,
I
but
did
I just
too.
say /.
I do
Okay,
too.
that helps me. I'm going to start just
good.
saying
So-
/ because
he
I've
said-
always
that's what
said
the copy
/.
says. Copy says /
Yeah.
Does it really? Because it just I don't see
maybe it
It
don't.
doesn't say it in there.
I think you just made
You
that
just
up.
made that
I
up,
made
Greg.
Yeah, but I just say
It
/
seems like we've done commercials that he has been written out in.
All right, so
Really?
here's my second question, and it has nothing to do with a / or
I made
forward
the whole
slash.
thing up.
A lot of popping.
I feel as if I'm
Is anybody popping corn?
ill-prepared, unprepared after what I witnessed this morning. So I got a little ding on my finger, okay?
Have you told him
And
about
so,
this?
so I was
You
in
got a
there
paper
trying
cut?
to wrap up. Well, I was trying to wrap up the cinnamon rolls that people brought yesterday, and I cut it on the thing on Saran wrap, the tear off. Saran wrap is the worst product, by the way, on the planet. Can we not come up with something
I
better
agree.
than that?
I give you that.
It does not grip like it should.
No, and hard to tear, and it gets all scrunched up. So anyway, I cut my finger, and it was bleeding. Speedy saw it, and I put it in my
started crying
mouth
'cause he
and
thought about
trying
y'all's
to find
dogs.
tissue and whatever. But it's still bothering me this morning. It doesn't hurt, but it's just it's the point finger. So it's when I'm typing it.
Well,
It's
you know
just
they got an emergency room right down here.
well, here's my question: do either one of you carry a first aid kit with you?
No.
Because I came in this morning and asked for a Band-Aid or athletic tape. Bubba brings out this nice first aid kit that he's put together.
He just put
Scruggs goes to his car and brings this nice first aid kit that's like supposed to be able to serve 20 people.
All I need
and
is
I'm
jumper
thinking,
cables.
I'm unprepared.
Well, I think Scruggs is a little different because he goes to these far, transmitter sites, and
Yeah.
if he gets injured out there, he's got to have a
He's
way
got
to
a
he's
snake
messing
bite
with these
kit.
towers and stuff.
Yeah.
He does. Yeah.
Bubba last year was asking for Band-Aids, and I had one in my bag. It was old tattered Band-Aid I'd had in there for years.
Cosmic Cure-Aid.
Yeah, and I gave him that. So I think what he did, it made him reevaluate things, and he probably went out and said, okay, I need to organize
I think I need a first aid kit.
We
For
probably
what?
need something
Just put it in my car in case. You never know, Greg.
Okay.
We do need a little something here, and I'm not talking about like we gotta put a leg back together, but just something that has
We
some
need an
Band-Aid.
air cast.
We need just a little something.
I thought I had athletic tape in my tennis bag, but I can't find it. I thought you're just unprepared. I'm glad they're here today, Helms,
got
because you
duct
just
tape.
be bleeding everywhere.
Yeah.
I was about to put Scotch tape on it.
Yeah.
Speedy had Scotch tape in his office,
Oh, I
and
said,
I thought,
you can go with this if you want.
well, I was about to.
So you
had
got
no other options.
Who do you want to keep this from? Who would know if Coach Abbott, maybe if he knew you had taped up your finger for a little bitty cut, would he be on you right now?
No, I think he'd be okay with this.
I heard somebody yelling
The
for a
fact that
first
it's
aid
athletic.
kit this morning, and I thought, uh-oh, somebody's hurt. And then I looked, Helms was walking by with something.
First of all, nobody was screaming for
I
a
heard
first
some
aid
screaming.
kit. Okay, there was a simple
Helmsy did go, "God,
there was a simple request for a Band-Aid or a piece of athletic tape. That's all it was.
heard
My
somebody
topping
crying.
today's not going to be.
I luckily had some tissue because he had a couple of tears coming down.
I saw you comforting him.
He showed me a
Think of your
picture.
dog, think
He
of your
showed me a
dog.
picture of our dogs, and it comforted me.
She's missing you
You're
right
making
now.
fun of yourself.
She's missing you. I know how it feels. I got 2 of them.
I am so out of the football bowl world. I didn't know LSU played
didn't
last
either.
night.
I
had
usually
no idea.
give bowl season a lot, but I didn't give it. None.
Looks
Yeah.
like they got hammered too by Kansas State.
Yeah, I
Hey, they're good.
This whole portal this and portal that. Now,
Well,
have you
it's
seen
changed everything,
Have
hasn't
you
it?
seen the kid from Oklahoma? He says I'm in the portal, but now I'm still considering maybe staying at Oklahoma. Well, why are you in the portal? He's still considering it. The quarterback that took over for Rattler.
Yeah.
You think he's going to go to USA?
I don't know.
But probably so.
I'm so far out of the loop. I watched a half of Michigan and Georgia, a half of Alabama and Cincinnati, and 6 plays of Auburn. I just was
watched pretty much the
uninterested.
Auburn one. I watched most of it.
I wanted to see how it looked on TV and being in
Yeah, it
Birmingham
was a
and that
good
type of thing. It
crowd.
looked
Crowd was
nice, and
big.
then I was like, I'm done with this.
Auburn
I
lost
just-
for the 5th time in a row. I mean, it was a great day.
I just didn't. I mean, I came in this morning. I was looking at scores, and I thought stupidly at first,
What bowl was this?
What sport is this? And it was some late bowl. It's the last one before the
To your
championship
defense, I
game.
thought they played a basketball game.
I didn't know.
I
Where
thought,
was
man,
it
it was a
at?
low-scoring basketball game. I really did. That was my first thought.
Where was it at?
I don't know.
I mean, is this a what?
Texas, maybe?
Yeah.
Made that up.
Okay.
Greg's scratching his head
Completely
for those
made
of
that
you
up. I
can't
don't
The
know if it's in
Texas Pete
Texas or
Bowl?
not.
Is that what
That is the final bowl game until the
Yeah.
final on Monday night.
which is in Indianapolis, which is weird to me.
It is, isn't it?
It really is very weird. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. And we thank you, as always, for being with us, making us part of your day. We start day 2 here in our new home in the 28th year of the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
It's 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We are excited. We are ready, and we are back. Day 2 of the team in a brand new studio. We're excited to unpack the stories of the day. Talk to you at 866 We Be Big Bucks. As is tradition, we start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from an unnamed studio. I really thought about this a good bit yesterday, and I'm going to try something on today and see what y'all think. Let's talk to you at 866 We Be Big. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, and we're ready to go for another day and break down those stories, try to get accustomed to our surroundings. I mean, even as I sit here, there's a sense of angst that I don't know how I'm getting breakfast. And so we'll work through that. I've gone to the Keurig machine. I hate it. But we're working through it. And for some reason, the way I went to work today makes no sense. I live here. This is my community. Where was I going? So anyway, we'll unpack all that on the program today. And still looking at stories from the vacation. We didn't get into much of that yesterday because, it was you had a bunch of old men put in a new place, and that's all we could think about. So we're working through that. Bubba's already texted us all, and we'll talk about that, saying you feel strange. We're working our way into a new beginning. So let's bring him in, the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Here it is. How about it, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in to Rick and Bubba.
Let's all get our hands together and say, smile. Look at my new shirt, Helmsy.
Good news, Greg's here.
Yeah, good to see Greg. All of you did. Somebody say. Bubba, let me tell you something. That song right there, and I've heard college football, they're using the bed music for it.
Yeah, it's a kicker.
On all
ain't
there,
it?
so that's a dandy right there.
That is a little dandy.
That's old Crowder and the gang. Higher Power, if you don't have that. His last album, really, really good, called Honey.
Honey.
Yeah, I don't know what I was doing this morning. Now, here's what y'all may not know out there. This is actually where Bubba and I live. I mean, the studio has moved closer to our homes. The area of this studio.
Now, that wasn't a demand of ours. It's just the way it ended.
No, it just
clear.
sometimes God just drops a blessing out of nowhere. But, so one of the things that I was looking at on the positive side is I was looking at, okay, I'm closer to home. Now sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. Let's just all get real.
Yeah,
okay?
No, you're right.
Yeah, because it can get real convenient. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And I've got quotes around the word convenient.
Yeah.
But anyways, you're over here, aren't you? Yeah, you're over here, aren't you? You could do that, and
Rick, to your point, me being about 10 to 12 minutes further than I was may actually help me out selfishly and personally.
That's exactly
right.
I know, and you know what?
guy.
I'm not even proud of this conversation.
I know,
but it's real.
I know.
But anyway, so I don't even. The only thing that I can think of today, and then that didn't work out. You ever try to walk through, Bubba? Why am I doing this? And then you will tell yourself that's not the reason because I can counter it.
Rick, nobody has more conversations with themselves than I do.
There you go. So first of all, I said, "Well, Rick, you must think you're going to the farm." And then myself said back to me, because now I'm riding shotgun with myself. And then myself said back, "Well, that's not the way you go to the farm. You would have cut down the crest and jumped off down there."
Right.
So anyway, so you did any the way you go to the farm. Where are you going? And I was like, I don't know where I'm going. And so I made a 8-minute ride to work. I turned it into like 14 minutes. I looked and I said, why am I on this road? And so I went way out of my way to work today, and I don't know where I was going. That's not a good sign, is it? I mean, it can't.
No.
You could say, well, Rick, you don't normally go to work over here, but where am I going?
Well,
I don't even know where I'm going.
It's not as bad as waking up at 2:30 and can't go back to sleep.
Yeah, but you came out. Did you go left out of your driveway?
No, that would be me going to the farm.
Okay.
So I went right, and then instead of catching 14 and cutting all that out, I went all the way back to high school down there and hit. What am I doing?
Yeah.
I guess I was going to Chick-fil-A.
I guess so.
But not the one near the studio. I don't know where I was going. Apparently, I was going to go out there and visit everybody at the junction. I don't know what's going on with me. So anyway, Bubba, I know you and I've talked about it, and look, we're going to break down stories and stuff, but y'all got to understand that our whole lives we've done this show, and we basically talk about what's on our mind, and we're in a new place, and being in a new place is going to be on our mind for a while.
Yeah, it's just weird. I texted you last
night. I know. Did Bubba's text concern about last night? He set out to the team basically saying he needed help.
Well, I'm just telling y'all, I'll get through it eventually.
Right.
But I'm kind of like, I'm very cat-like. If you put me in a new place, it bothers me.
Right. Well, I think,
and I'm not saying it's negative as the place. It's just different.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of positives here, but it's just going to take a little time.
Yeah, there's no questions. I'm looking. There's negative and positive with anything we do. Like there's things about this board, this new board, that operates better than what I had before, but yet it sounds terrible on my headphones.
Yeah.
So is
it better today or worse?
It's about the same to me. It wasn't as bad as. Thank you for building it up, because maybe it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Right.
But the fact that I'm hypersensitive to that, and the mix in my headphones really is probably the most important thing to me doing the show. And I know that's weird.
It had roadshow feel to it in my headphones.
Let me tell you what it feels like. It feels like we've gone on the road, and we're not out doing the Bubba Boss, because that would actually sound good in my headphones. We're actually in somebody else's studio, and they set it up for us to use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
And you get into the headphones, you go, well, this will work for one show.
Yeah.
It's just a little different.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, and that's why I think when we go.
Reprogrammed yours today, you said.
Yeah.
To copy mine, which.
Yeah.
But I think when we go to Adler, we go to the production room, why they sound so good to us is they've got their own mic processor in there.
Yeah.
And I think that's why it sounds crisper to me.
Yeah.
In my headphones. But
the
I could be
popping
wrong.
that shows up every now and then really bothers me.
Yeah, we're working through it.
Yeah, right. So anyway,
I've heard it a little bit this morning.
Yeah, I have to. But we'll be fine.
we're gonna get through it.
And the good news is old Rick's he's gone. So I mean, even when I get to the point that I go, man, this is really bothering me, it won't be near what it would have been, say, 10 years ago.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll be fine. I've gotten you don't so
See, right there.
So that Bob
Right. Yeah.
Is that on air or is that just in our headphones?
Can you hear that, Ad, or did you hear?
I heard it.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, gosh, I really wish it wouldn't be on there.
Me too. I wish it was just me.
Yeah.
And
we don't
then
know.
they say you
We
have
don't
to
know
deal
this.
with it, and I will.
Right,
But if it's on air, then
it's just a. It just.
Of course, you're wearing a performance sweater today, and I did not see that coming in
that's
2022.
good. That's good
That's a
stuff
good
right
look
there.
for you, Rick. I like
is.
that.
Yeah, I'll come back and I'll unpack that, how that happened.
Clearly a Christmas gift.
It was, but what's odd is, you live in the South, and if you're hot-natured, you can't wear this stuff very often.
No.
I mean, it has to be freezing for me to wear warm clothing.
And we don't get that many days.
And I'm not sure it's cold enough for it today.
It'll be later this week.
Right, and this zip thing's a real problem for me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show. A lot of first times. So coming up today, the Wednesday Bible study will be back. We'll do that online only. We won't have anybody here in the studio today. We're just not really ready for that yet, guys. So, but for around the country, those of you that watch it live or get it on demand, it'll be the same experience for you, just from a different place. And we start a brand new study today. We're going to go word for word through the book of Genesis. So that's gonna go on for a while. I mean, there's a lot of people talking in the world about, hey, let's talk about end times, let's talk about this, let's talk about that, and certainly all that's important. But was in a conversation with my wife at home, and I said, trying to talk about what we're going to do next in the Bible study. And she said, have you thought about going through the book of Genesis? And I was like, And I said, a lot of people are really wanting us to do something on the Revelation, and we're talking about end times and all this. And she said, well, you can't really understand the end if you don't understand the beginning. And so I said, and boy, that really resonated. I thought, wow, that's good. So we're going to walk through that. It's a long book. There's a lot there. So we'll probably be in that series for the next year and a half. So that starts today. How about the beginning of the beginning today? And you can watch that on our YouTube channel, or you can get it on our podcast or YouTube channel on an archive. If you want to see it live, it's noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern time. So, Helmsy and Bubba, you sat down at my desk this morning, and we were talking to each other because we're walking through this. We've been through a lot together, buddy, 28 years. And so we were discussing the new changes and the things, and you looked at me and you said, well, are you teaching a college class today? and so,
I thought I'd get to it before Greg did.
Well, you and I, we're fashionistas. I mean, we're just slaves to trend. and Bubba and I have been dressing the same way, I think, since 1981, maybe 1980. And I don't venture out. I'm not real stylish. And I acknowledge that. I know that. And so I got a text from Scott Dawson during our vacation, and he said, I know that you've tried to do a little better. Are you still a double X? And I said, I'm kind of a guy that is doing a little better, but not delusional. I'm still more comfortable in double X. Even if there's some XLs out there, if they're cut right, I can wear now, maybe. But why?
Yeah.
And so he says, well, I'm dropping something by to you
this makes sense.
As a gift. And I said, okay. And, of course, when I heard him ask if I was still a double X, my mind went, he's bringing me something to eat.
Right.
And
double helper.
Yeah. And so now what is this, Helmsy? What do I have on?
I call it a performance sweater, and it's a golf sweater. It's a FootJoy performance golf performance.
FootJoy.
Yeah, FootJoy is a huge brand in the golf circle.
Okay, well,
has been for many years.
Right. Have you ever felt bad for somebody?
You said this was Scott Dawson?
Yeah. Have you ever felt bad for somebody?
Forgot one of the rules of giving stuff away here.
Yeah, I know.
I was thinking about
but
that.
Have you? Well, there's a bigger reason behind it. But anyway, have you ever felt bad for somebody because of they think that you've got a personality trait that you really don't have, and they're spending time on it? Like if you when you start
all the time.
Yeah, like if I and he started talking to me about this. Would you just say FootJoy?
FootJoy.
Hey man, this is a FootJoy, and all I could think about is I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And what he was trying
to FootJoy anything.
What he was trying to say is,
if you hear Under Armour or Nike, Rick,
Yeah.
this is FootJoy would be that of the golfing world.
Right.
Okay.
And so he gave it to me, and I thought to myself, God love him, I'll never wear that because, first of all, it's a sweater, and it never gets cold enough for me to wear sweaters. And then the cold front came, and I was standing in my closet this morning, like we all do, wondering what Greg would make fun of.
Right. That's how I have to dress.
And I thought to myself,
He made a good choice.
I thought, Greg, listen. I thought to myself, watching all of us adapt to our new equipment, our new way, I really can wear anything right now. Greg's got so many other things.
Yeah, none of us are paying attention.
Come in with whatever on.
Yeah, and now my concern is, now what do you call this kind of sweater?
It's
It has
just
this zip-up thing.
yeah, it's a little zip-up.
Helmsy wears one every day.
You got to get used to them.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah.
See, I'm in the world.
I call
That's
them
driving-
a pullover zip-up.
That's
kind of
driving me
thing.
crazy.
Rick, where this is a good look for you, I mean, it looks fantastic. I don't think you're going to be able to overcome the zipper.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's too hot for you. I think you could adjust to that. I think think the zipper is going to be the downfall of this for you?
Mine is I have both, but this is a button instead of a zipper, and it's not as bad.
Right, because I know you don't like
have the
anything.
ridge.
This is why you don't like turtleneck. You don't like anything touching your neck.
Yeah.
You can get used to it.
If it's cold, I like a turtleneck. If it's not, I don't want anything.
Yeah.
But and the zipper, I have to be careful with because it gets hung in the silver foil.
Yes, it does.
But you know, anytime, Bubba,
Let me tell you-
like a squirrel's
Let me
nest.
tell you what, that'll bring you to your tiptoes.
yeah, it will. It will. That's another place you can find some of those short hairs. But anyway, you
Curly
go.
cues.
Okay, you go back. But listen,
Y'all know we're on there, right?
Are we? But anyway, I mean,
We're on there. Sound like crap, but we're on there.
It's payback from yesterday. I get it.
But anyway, but here's the,
Coming to you live from.
Well, it's cold out here.
When's Bubba tee off? Bubba, when you going to the range?
You're walking or riding? What are you doing?
so anyway, but
You
no,
walk.
but this is the thing about this room. So I try to veer out of not wearing, a short sleeve, what I call a golf shirt, a polo type shirt.
Right.
Not wearing that or not wearing a flannel shirt. Try to do something. And of course, first thing Bubba sat down and said, "Hey, you teaching a college class today?" Yeah. And I'm like, "Well, there it goes. You can't wear anything different." But anyway, so I don't.
It
think
was more about the beard. I
Yeah.
think.
How about this?
And your turtleneck.
Yeah, because I've let my beard really go.
Yeah.
It's I've been on. I forgot. Well, here's the thing. I forgot that I even had a vocation. I mean, you go on that 2-week vacation. You get into this weird world. And I sent y'all a text about it maybe with 4 days left.
Yeah.
Is you get in this weird world where I don't know. You start thinking that there's somehow you can survive without income.
Yeah.
I mean, and you realize you really can't. You realize you really can't. And I'm like, well, I can't just stay up till midnight and sleep till 9. I mean, and kind of meander down meander down to the farm and piddle around.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you can't
For no reason at all.
Yeah.
And just pay your bills.
And I would say I don't think this sweaters or whatever it is going to work.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this. And I told you this, and it happened back in May when I discovered these golf pants that people wear.
They're little 5 pockets.
Now, let me tell you something.
Oh, those are awesome.
These are some of the most comfortable pants I've ever put on.
Yeah.
I mean, these things are fantastic. I got 2 pair of them, and Sherry says I can't wear one of them anymore because they're white. She said, "You can't be wearing white pants during the winter."
Oh, I've always heard women say that. I don't.
They have certain date cutoffs, so you can't wear certain colors.
Yeah.
I mean, she's hid
We're
them
dudes,
from me.
though.
She's hid them from me because I keep wearing them because they're comfortable. Yeah. I can't wear a pair of white pants.
The time we get up, I just hope I got pants on.
Yeah. That's a gigantic accomplishment, isn't it? So anyway, I tried a new shirt today. Everybody's on.
No, you look good in
Yeah,
it.
you look.
Well, I really
you
do
look
think
good.
if I'm a college professor, I guess.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And here we are. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us from our unnamed brand new studio. We're going to hit some emails there. You can always email us by going to rickandbubba.com. And you can email the whole show, however you want to do it. It's easy to find there. I do want to point you also to rickandbubba.com. Click on those sponsors buttons, and you'll find people like Relief Factor. They've been with us a long time, and Bubba, here they go into 2022 with us. Relief Factor, your response to this product has been really incredible. You know how we know that? They're still here. Guess what people don't do? They don't advertise with people that don't get any response. So you have been responding to this 100% natural research-based formula. It was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function, mainly with those of us that were aging, but the scientists that were studying this said, you know what? This seems to be working for really anyone. So if you've got some pain problems, and if it's tied to inflammation and all the things you've tried, now I want to just give you a word of caution. And I'm not a doctor. I only play one here on TV, but apparently everybody's a doctor now. But the even the over-the-counter stuff that may give you a temporary relief, that's what they're designed for, is temporary relief. These were not designed to become something you take every day like a supplement or a vitamin, because there's some side effects and I've seen it in our family with, and Bubba, I know one time you had an issue with some inner bleeding because of some of the pain medications that you can't take every day. So, but with the ReliefFactor.com, it's all natural. I take it every day. I've already had one packet. I'll have another one when I go to bed tonight. I'll put in a third one if I've injured something. So get yours now by going to ReliefFactor.com. It is the quick start pack. That'll give you 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks whether it's working for you for $19.95. And the majority of people that get the quick start pack, they order more. Get yours now by going to ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Bubba, I mentioned some email, and I remember when our 28th birthday we celebrated yesterday, the first time you ever made me aware of email. I'll never forget.
Remember the first morning we did that. Golly, that is so funny when you think about that.
Yeah, so this we're still going to keep saying what we said then.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Even though people don't really say that anymore. So it looks like Bubba has an update from
The Information Superhighway.
These are actual emails from you, the greatest, most influential, best-looking, listening, and viewing audience in the world.
Maybe we need a graphic for that. To pop up behind us.
Oh. Yeah. Adam, could you work on like a big graphic that has Information Superhighway and it pops up behind us?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Can I tell you, yesterday when you put Betty White's picture up there while we were talking about Betty White?
That was neat.
That was awesome. Yeah. John Madden, you put that up there? That was awesome.
Well, before we do this, John, would it help you when we hear that pop if we all raised our hand? Would that help you? Or
Are you hearing it in there, John?
Okay, you're seeing it. Okay.
But by the way,
here we go.
I appreciate our audience. Some of them are like going, guys, it's okay. I mean, we hear it. We hear it too. You know what it's like? It's like the Progressive commercial with the people turning to their parents.
Yeah.
I'm getting emails of people saying, "Okay, we all hear it. Just y'all move on. Let it go."
I know, but it's hard.
I know. Hey, we all hear it.
First one is from Greg Wren, subject nursing. Now, I saw this. This just shows you the genius that we're dealing with, okay?
Yeah. You see that graphic behind you?
I like that a lot.
It looks like a drug-induced information superhighway.
Wow. Some of the emails we get, I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, well,
so I saw this story, and Greg sent the email. He said, New Hampshire is going to let COVID-positive healthcare workers stay on the job due to a shortage after they fired unvaccinated workers.
Unbelievable.
Now, think about that.
I know.
You're talking about
that makes your head hurt.
Dog chasing its tail.
Oh, my
God.
Gracious. And, of course, I remember, and we weren't the only ones, but I remember a show that's been around for 28 years that was saying when you have a shortage of anything, it didn't have to be, just use the word short. We don't have enough. We're getting pressed. When you would come up with anything that would make you have less, I mean, that's insane. So yeah, and especially when the ones who weren't vaccinated were a lot of them saying, "Look, I have the natural antibodies; it'll give me as good a protection, if not better, than the vaccine." Certainly, at the time, I don't know whether it makes me unable to get COVID again or another variant, but you know what? The vaccine, it's not 100% either to keep me from getting another variant. So what's the difference? Let's keep working.
Yeah, we got a lot of work to do.
Right.
This comes from Sean Chatham. And Rick, Sean is in the sports business. He's the Assistant Director for Development and Internal Operations. University of Georgia Athletic Association.
Wow, UGA. Go
So
Dogs.
and he makes a great point, and I think this is true. We were talking about the Washington football team going to announce their new name. Got a lot of email on that yesterday. If there ever was a perfect time for Rhinos, this is it. Oh, yeah. Washington Rhinos. Plus, they could go back to that classic R they had on their helmet. See, I think that is such a win-win.
The R thing I didn't even think about. I was just excited about rhinos in general, as you know, and that's what Bubba's talking about. We have just been, why is there not a football team with the mascot, the Rhinos? And you're right, they could be the Washington Rhinos, and the R remains. And it
Don't
wouldn't,
you love that?
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me. Now I want you to hear me out on this, and you're going to love this because I think I know you.
See, Sean loves it, and he's in the biz.
Thank you, Sean.
In the biz.
Sean, Sean, listen to
He's
this.
a professional.
They have the R helmet that they bring out, okay? But you know how teams now have multiple helmets, okay? Yeah. So they also all right, look right here. You see the one that has the feather?
Yeah.
All right. Can I get up and go to the board? May I approach?
Mm-hmm. All right. We won't be able to hear you.
That's fine. Well, you can't really hear me now.
Loud, yeah.
All right. So
Can't really hear me now?
You have the R.
Yeah.
Okay. Instead of a feather, this is a rhino horn.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not bad.
You have a rhino horn that is coming up. How do you like that? I got it. And
a rhino foot hanging out.
And I would like on their pants right here. I would like on their pants right here. I would like a rhino horn. Some. You know, I mean, I think that would be awesome.
He also says, "Great to have you guys back. Love the new studio. Stay in it." Sean, thank you for listening,
Sean.
man. We appreciate you.
Thank you, buddy.
Team name. A lot of emails yesterday about the Washington football team.
Oh, yeah.
February the 2nd is when they're going to announce it. February the 2nd is also Groundhog Day.
It is.
Oh,
surely they're not going to be the Washington Groundhogs.
Oh, gosh.
Is that even possible?
Bubba, if that
comes from
happens,
Pam.
you know what
Thanks,
I'd say
Pam.
if that happens? Don't y'all think Bubba's going through enough? I know your disdain for the groundhog.
This comes from Brian Robertson, subject professional with a question mark. He said, "You guys look like you know what you're doing now with a new set. I don't know if I like it or not."
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw his email yesterday. He said, you know, when you think about the Rick and Bubba show, you actually don't think about professionalism. And he said the studio almost looks too professional.
Yeah.
You know, almost like we're too serious about it, like we're actually going to try to do a professional job.
Well, if you listen long enough, you'll work through that.
Yeah,
They can make this studio, and Adler has done a good job, and John and Tom and the whole gang of making it look professional, but it doesn't mean we'll be professional.
No, Rick.
If somebody was watching with the sound down, they might, if it was on, just like YouTube was on in the background, no volume, they would think, man, those guys are professional.
Yeah.
Then they turn the volume up and then realize we're not.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you think the Rick and Bubba show is getting too professional, just stop and listen.
We had a little bit of a glitching yesterday on YouTube, and I got an email from Patrick Campbell on that. It says, I think what the guy was seeing is caused by video compression. Every 2 or 3 seconds, you see the pixels in the background update, but it looks to me like video compression issues. I assume you're using H.264 or .265, Patrick Campbell. What are we using, Adler, by the way?
H.264, and it was a bitrate issue, and we got it solved. I never knew there were so many TV engineers and designers and professionals in our audience. I love hearing from all of them so much yesterday on day one.
Everybody's an expert.
I wish my mic sounded like his.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's a different procprocessor. I'm telling you.
There's a lot of people that have to
the
provide
board.
video now, so there is a lot more people familiar with
Do
it.
you hear how good his mic
Yeah,
sounds?
he's got his own
Bubba,
little
we do
processor
have
in there.
over 75 years of TV and audio experience amongst the 3 or 4 engineers that have been working on it, but that's fine. Let's take the guy that's got the worship center with 8 people on Sundays.
Can I tell you what,
don't
though?
be negative.
No.
Hey, look, day one is what I
Patrick was
say.
trying
Day
to
one.
help.
Day one.
I just love our engineers.
And how about this? The guy,
Patrick knows what he's talking about. I know Patrick.
The guy who called it, though, he was right.
Yeah. No, Patrick's legit.
And when I said
and
I
knows a lot
couldn't-
about the Braves.
When I said I couldn't see it yesterday, because we can't see it in here, we wasn't looking.
Yeah, we're looking at the
at the
program.
stream.
I tell you what, he needs to get those cameras mounted. I mean, now.
Rick, we could run you a mic cable from Adler's mic into here and just use that setup.
Yeah,
What about
could
that?
my mic go through whatever his is going through?
I think he's using those symmetrics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know how that's set up.
Somebody
John, is
ask
that
Patrick.
possible?
Yeah.
You should have heard Tom adjusting it. It was rugged.
Hey, Adler, squat down a little bit more so we can only see from your nose up. There you go. I like that.
You're like that guy, behind the fence. All right, last email here. Studio name. The Bland Canyon is what he wants to call it. Without much on the table in front of you guys or behind you guys, it looks sort of dull and boring. It looks like a Sports Center set.
Oh, you know what that
This
means?
comes from Patrick McMahon.
Well,
Get the
Bubba,
bobbleheads out.
Can I say that?
I like the clean.
I think because I was like Greg. When you have all that stuff everywhere, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. But this may be what you guys have been looking for because we kid around sometimes because we got some big sports fans on the staff. Finally, y'all have made it. Y'all are finally Sports Talk 69.
There you go.
I mean, it's
Patrick, here's the thing. Don't worry about it. We'll junk it up.
We need an Alabama-Georgia helmet to put right there until the championship's over. That would look good. Right in the center.
Yeah.
I've got some helmets on top of my bookcase in there that are Rick and Bubba helmets.
Has anybody got a good Georgia-Alabama helmet
we need to put 2 right there.
That'd be nice.
They usually put it on something in front of the desk.
We can do seasonal things right here.
Yeah, we really could.
We could put the coyote right
we
there.
really could. I like that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Jason. All right, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, Day 2, in an unnamed studio, which kind of takes us to the next topic, and that is some ideas on naming the new studio, because it does need a name. And so we Bubba has just handed me in just a folded piece of paper for one to consider. Is that what this is?
Yeah, just do it and see how it feels.
Do you want me to do music and all that? And like I'm doing
just like you would normally do.
Okay, all right, here we go. Let me try it. So I want y'all to know, and Bubba, you're my witness, Greg Helm, Speedy. I've not looked at this.
No, and I didn't want you to.
Yeah, so I'm going to start the music as if I'm bringing this out of the break.
Right.
And I'm just
see, this is just a test.
And I'm just going to read it.
Right.
Okay, are you ready? All right, let's go. Here we go.
If you can read my writing.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show coming to you live from the Sun Chief Canyon Studio.
The Sun Chief Canyon.
Oh, boy, I like it.
There's Sun Chief again.
He's been
You've
trying
been
to
wanting
put
Sun Chief. Did we ever name an intern
Yes.
Sun Chief?
I think we did.
Yeah, we did. We had
Because I
it.
know you've been wanting that forever. All right, now I want y'all to hear me. I don't mind that right there. It flowed. I want y'all to hear me out, okay? And I'm not saying this is it, but there's a certain neatness and cleanliness right now for this. And another person said in the email, studio looks too sterile. It'll take some getting used to. Trust me, we're not gonna take.
Our other one looked good when we first got it.
This ain's not gonna last. And I mean, look at this shot now. And I'm gonna say who emailed that.
There's a coyote.
I bet this makes her feel better. So look at it. This will never last.
That is in the honor
right.
of Coyote Calhoun.
Yeah, so
the broadcasting legend.
Yeah, so there we go. And
thank you, Bubba.
Take a look at that right there. There's a coyote right in the middle of it.
Oh, you like
this thing will be so junked up in a minute. You'll see us eating breakfast on it.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out our breakfast plan. By the way, there's somebody out there. Did you know a guy yesterday said he invested in Edgar's Bakery?
Yeah, I read that.
He knew what was coming.
He said us moving that close to one, and their breakfast option we got to try too. They've got some breakfast options to look at. Can I tell you, poor Sherry yesterday, my wife. You know what she said to me?
What?
She goes, y'all need to try Edgar's. They have those breakfast quiches that are delicious.
Oh, yeah, we'll be all over that.
And I said, Sherry, I'm going to go into the guys and say we're going to order quiche.
Well, we just can't call it that.
Call it something.
Good night. So try this right here. So none of us know what's going to happen to the future of the show. We know that we have a contract with the broadcast company for 3 more years. Right. We know that. Right. Okay. Right. Beyond that, we don't know.
Wow, I'll be 55.
So, and we do know this is the 8th studio that we've done the show in.
Yeah.
You and me and Speedy.
Right.
The other guys missed a couple of them, but they missed them all. All they know is the last studio on this one. Yeah. But believe it or not, there were 6 others. So
we've done this before.
Yeah, we've done this before.
The last one was a long time.
Yeah, that's the key. We stayed in that one too long. Remember what my friend said? Either move every 4 years or never move again. Right. And so anyway, what do you think about just clean and simple Studio 8? Yeah. Coming to you from Studio 8.
I'm digging it.
How do you like just Studio 8?
I like the word Ocho.
Yeah, now I like the Ocho Omega.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So let's try that one. You're good? All right, let's do a couple of them here. All right. I'm gonna try Bubba's again. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back live from the Sun Chief Canyon Studio. I'll tell you what, that ain't bad. All right, so now let me try this one.
Canyon grew on me for some reason.
Rick and Bubba's show, ready to get cranked up again, coming to you live from Ocho Omega, Studio Ocho Omega. All right,
not bad. I like that.
Rick and Bubba's show coming to you live from Studio 8, 866-WE-BE-BIG.
See, 8's just a little,
just too.
It's just
too neat.
Bland. Too bland.
Do you like Ocho Omega?
I have no problem with Ocho Omega.
Mm-hmm.
I like that too.
Yeah, Adler's got an idea here.
Are we spelling Studio 8 ATE like 8?
I like it. Yeah,
that probably would.
That's not bad.
And I do have a suggestion if you guys are taking any. Especially since we have that cool coyote permanently there in the shot now. Permanently. Everything you see is permanent, by the way, everybody.
Yeah.
But what about like the coyote den? Ow, ow! Every time. It'd be awesome.
I like
How about
it.
this?
That's
No.
good. I like that.
No. Listen to this, Adler. Rick and Bubba's show coming to you from Coyote Canyon. Coyote Canyon. Coyote Canyon.
Crank it up, crank it up.
And then people
all, like Rick will do that, and then we all have to howl.
Listen, and then people say,
that wouldn't be
then people say, hey man, we
Dogs,
booked. No, listen. Say, hey, we booked our tickets to come watch a show in the canyon. We're going to the canyon.
Yeah. And then every time you say it,
From Coyote Canyon.
Speedy, I don't know if the visual of that one is good or not.
how about that? Every time. You just got to give me a heads up.
It's really good.
I
It's
vote
really
for
good.
that.
That's great. That's fantastic.
Is that going to replace the tuba dance?
Yeah, or I'll do this like this.
Oh my
I
gosh.
got blaring over there.
Here we go. Coming to you from Coyote Canyon. Oh my God.
See, I know what you were trying to do.
All right, one more time.
It looked like you assaulted the coyote.
Oh, no.
Well, the good news is all the attention of the staff now off my sweater. So Coyote Canyon, Ocho Omega, Sun Chief Canyon, and we think Studio 8 is just too sterile.
Studio 8 sounds. If you went in your voice, Studio 8, like 8, like movie trailer.
I think
It's clean, and I like it.
I like
That's all.
Ocho.
Yeah.
I like
Ocho Omega. Ocho's always funny.
But
Now,
I
let me-
also like Sun Chief. So
Yeah,
Sun Chief Ocho Omega. If you just want to put Sun Chief back in there.
so Adler,
What about something with phonetic spelling?
yeah. Well, you know that I speak, fluent Spanish, but I'm
Yes.
trying to remember
Knees hurting.
if it's correct Spanish. Would it be Omega Ocho?
What are we trying to say?
We're trying to say it's the 8th in the end. It's the final.
Because it's not a color or size, I think it would be.
It doesn't
you
really
wouldn't-
matter
you
when
wouldn't
you're
put it-
naming, but I'm just kind of throwing it around. I don't like saying Omega Ocho. That's not near as good. I like Ocho Omega. That flows better.
Studio 8 sounds like something you'd hear on the Today Show. Studio 8.
Right.
Something, you know what I mean?
Well, they always have like a number and a letter. Like 1C or something.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Do y'all
Which
think
we
we're
could
too?
hip it up
Do y'all
and
think we're
say
too quick
something.
on this? By the way.
No, we're just playing around.
Okay, so I mean, we're not like naming today and going, "This is it."
No, we're not dropping.
I got to tell you, I'm not going to drag it on much longer.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It's kind of like getting a dog and kind of learning how the dog
Because
acts
I want to
before
say
you name it.
something. I like being ready.
Is there something wrong with my mic all of a sudden?
No,
No.
either that or your
you
voice.
screamed in it, messed it up.
You messed it up something.
What'd I do?
I don't know.
Ow, ow.
Well, he was.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
just trying some new stuff. That was a listener sent that in to us. Trying that. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from an unnamed studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Young Scruggs, the engineer, here fine-tuning, working on getting it like we like it. Taking your suggestions, not getting into analysis paralysis, but listening for feedback, which is good. We love feedback, and we continue to work through it. Day 2 in our 28th year of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for your support, and we're excited. All right, so Bubba, as we start this brand new hour, welcome back too, by the way, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us in our new, clean, and sanitized studio.
Well, what we're doing now is we're hearing your feedback. We're now adding things. We have a coyote and a deer now.
Right.
So we're trying to give you.
And the deer has the tuber hat on.
Yeah, and the deer is wearing the tuber hat. In Big Boy, we get to look him in the face every single day. So I want you to know, all of you that have been so concerned about the plight of Big Boy, even one of the Coca-Cola guys today that was bringing in some new stock for our cooler. He said, "Man, tell me about Big Boy." And when I told him, I said, "Oh, Big Boy's inside this door you about to see." One of the things that we didn't really he's in here every day now.
Yeah.
One of the things we didn't really think about, and we'll talk about later in the show, is that we now enter work through the studio.
Yeah.
And like today, the guys were on the air, and me and the Coke guys had to stand outside for 4 minutes before we could come in, because in order to get anything back to the offices, you have to walk through the studio.
If you don't come to the front.
Yeah, you got options, but that is the best option.
Yeah, well, and I told them, I said, there's another option.
Yeah.
And by the time we talked about that option, we all decided we'd just stand here for 3 more minutes.
Yeah.
Because it was a quicker deal. All right, so Bubba, when we start this hour, President Biden.
Where did he go?
He's at it again.
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
All right, so
Basement Joe.
it's always reassuring when our current president, especially during times of duress and concern, when he tries to reassure us. It's always funny too, because this is the way it works with politicians and government. They're not very good at transitioning, because they go from trying to terrify you so you'll give up your freedom, and then they turn around if you're too terrified, and then they try to reassure you.
Yeah.
And of course, most of the reassurance is that they got this.
Yeah. I got it.
Yeah, I got this. So anyway,
And then trample every promise they made while they were running.
right. I have nothing against Joe Biden, the human being. I know we've been through it in our families. It's hard. Dementia, Alzheimer's, any of these things that when people that are aging start losing their faculties. But I'll tell you something, it's not exactly what I want to see in the leader of the free world.
Rick, I've had it too, but and love Mom, but I didn't want her running the country
That's
in that
right.
state.
That's right. Yeah. Doesn't mean that there's no sympathy or no compassion. But anyway, the president is trying to reassure us that we're going to have a good year. Adler, is that a good way to set this up? So let's give this a look and listen.
If you are vaccinated and boosted, you may get COVID, but you are highly protected against severe illness. Schools can and should be open this winter. We have all the tools to keep kids safe. Unvaccinated kids are at risk, yet the vaccinated are going to have a way to protect them. Get vaccinated.
Oh, my goodness.
If you're vaccinated, get boosted. That can save so many lives and dramatically reduce the impact that COVID has had on our country. There's a lot of reason to be hopeful in 2020.
2020?
Oh, boy.
Well,
in
2020. In
2020.
Now, look, missing it by 1 year because you just went to the new year, I got it, but we missed it by 2. I mean, we didn't even get. I could really understand him saying 2021.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I've been writing it still.
Yeah.
Right.
People are going to write that on checks for a while. I understand
2020
that.
though.
Yeah.
Wow, 2020.
Wow. I guess the teachers union in Chicago needs to listen to him, because didn't they just vote that they're going to go online, not being in class. I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, and plus
he just said everybody needs to be in class.
This
right?
thing with children and the vaccine too. So Adler, I'm not asking you to look for it, but I did, because I know it's there. Because just know that's not what I'm doing by saying this. But because I've watched the video. Now, do we remember when this same president told all of us that if we would get vaccinated, now we would not have to worry about ever getting COVID? Do you remember that?
Rick, I mean, this president has told us a lot of things. The most glaring was when we had, 200,000 people who had died. He said under Trump that there's no way you should be president if that happens on your watch. And now he's had a lot more than that.
Right.
Well, I don't remember what the number was. Right. It was something like that.
Well, and the reason why you can't make those kind of statements is there's only so much that any sitting president can do about diseases that may take people's lives.
Well,
and it's almost like I don't know if y'all saw this because we were on vacation, but he seemed to somebody seemed to have come to the conclusion that it was time to just admit, which I agree with. That's not even an indictment on other than the fact that you wouldn't just admit this, that you tried to convince us otherwise. There is no federal government solution to this, there just isn't. And there's going to have to be scientific and medical solutions that can help us survive it. And I think we're getting there. Of course, now why we're not, as we said yesterday, why the supplies of treatments are not where they need to be, but we got all the vaccines we could.
This is part of the federal government who have tried to become our mama and take care of everything you squeak about.
Right.
Okay, to buy votes.
Right.
And now they're finally admitting we can't take care of you in this.
Right.
Now, look, they can do a lot. They can put the money into research, development, get the vaccines done in record time. We saw them do that. They can get them out. But look, we got supply issues. They've got to coordinate some of that stuff. But they can't fix everything.
Well, this is
we need to quit acting like they can, and they need to quit acting like they can.
And here's an extremely important point for those of you that have been raised in a generation of Americans, and you've been sold the bill of goods on socialism and communism. Okay, that somehow capitalism and the free market is evil. And there's something wonderful and some weird moral high ground to be a socialist or a communist, okay? This is, just hear me loud and clear, and it's happening right now. And we talked about it yesterday. It's happening right now. When you say that everything that I need and everything that every human being should be taken care of by the federal government, here's the part that they don't teach you in the indoctrination classes. Well, what that means then is that the federal government decides what you need. So you think you decide what you need and they give it to you.
No,
that's not how it works. They decide what you need. Now, Rick, what do you mean it's happening now? What's happening now with the pandemic? They decided we needed the vaccine. We didn't need monoclonal infusions. We didn't need antiviral drugs. We needed the vaccine. That was their decision. So what they said is, you can have the vaccine. Well, I'd like to have the monoclonal infusion. We don't really think that's as good as the vaccine, so we may or may not let you have enough of that. Hey, I heard that Pfizer's got an antiviral pill, which, of course, is a lot like some of the other antiviral.
Merck or something.
Hey, how about this? The other antiviral stuff that we already had, y'all told us not to take. Right. So, hey, we would like to be treated with that because we're having breakthrough cases. It looks like that we all still can get this latest variant, but the treatment should help us get through it. No, the vaccine, that's what you need. You just heard him talking about it again. Now, go back and get the vaccine. That's your best chance to stay out of the hospital. What about monoclonal infusion and these antiviral pills? They're showing some very, very promising results. No, it's the vaccine. So, see, they decide what treatment you get. That's the part you miss. And so you don't say this is what we want and the government gives it to you. You give government power and they decide what you get.
Yep.
Well,
and that's a very important point that you got to get if you're going to be all lean that way.
Well, and socialist / communism has never worked anywhere it was tried. It was a disaster. And you know how they get in power? At the end of a gun barrel. That's the only way they can stay in power because it sucks, basically.
Yeah. We'll come back and then we'll talk to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's do some phones here.
Oh, boy.
We've talked a number of topics have been out there from the kickoff hour all the way through this segment. You can comment on any of that, or you can bring up anything you'd like to talk to. And we'll talk to you next at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I
All right,
can't
we're back.
start
20
another.
minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. And thank you for being with us today on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Wednesday Bible study back today. You'll see it live on our YouTube channel. We start a study on the book of Genesis. Speaking of that, themanchurch.com out and about a lot this week. There is a lot going on. Scott the Rock Gorosky, Thursday night, Northside Baptist Church, Jasper, Alabama, Man Church, Gorosky speaking. Southeast Missouri, First Baptist Church, Charleston, Missouri. We've sent Brian Gunn from the Man Church there for a Man Church one day, and Godwin from Duck Dynasty will also be speaking. So Man Church one day at First Baptist Church, Charleston, Missouri this Saturday. Also Sunday night I'll be in Lynn Haven, Florida, there in the Panama City area. I'll be speaking to the men of Emerald Coast Fellowship for their Man Church. Andy Blanks on January 16th will be at Crossroads Church in Warrior, Alabama. On the 23rd, we got guys going everywhere. There's a lot of man churches. Look at those at themanchurch.com for the 23rd. Wingo will be down at First Baptist Church in Troy, Alabama, for sure. I do have that one, so check that. And coming up, the Man event, if you want to do a conference, coming up on February the 4th. Now, this is just a Friday night, Olive Baptist Church there in Pensacola. Hugh Freeze will be speaking. Charles Billingsley leading worship. Sherry will join us. We'll hear from a woman's point of view to the men. You can bring your wife if you want to about how marriage looks, and of course what we went through and what they need from us. And then I'll be cutting up with you and speaking as well. February the 4th, the Man event at Olive Baptist Church. You can get those tickets by going to rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com and looking at upcoming events. Think about O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. They bring you our upcoming events. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bubba, to the phones we go.
To the phones.
Let's look at Cotton. Cotton, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind, buddy?
I was just calling to let you know, it seems your theme of your show is big from you guys. Why not call it the Big Shack?
The Big Shack?
The Big Shack.
Coming to you from the Big Shack. That's not bad, by the way. Thanks a lot, Cotton. What part of Florida are you calling from?
Panama City.
Panama City, yeah, I just talked about it. I'll be down there Sunday night. Lynn Haven, that's right there in that area.
Thank you, Cotton.
Appreciate you, Cotton. Let's go to Dora. We got Cody standing by. Cody, what's up, buddy?
I have a suggestion for the new studio name.
Okay.
Big Boy Studio. I think Big Boy lives in the studio.
Big Boy Studio. I'm getting that one a lot. Not resonating with me, but I'm getting that a lot. Brett in Alabama. Brett, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Back in the 70s, when truckers used to come through Birmingham, they would always call it the Smoke City on account of the plants and the steel mill.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
What about coming to you live from the Smoke City Ocho Arena?
Coming to you live from the Smoke City Ocho Arena. That's pretty cool. But with the,
But it's not as smoky though.
I know it's not.
Yeah.
My, green movement, back used to breathe that smog, and we liked it. We were tougher, and we won wars. Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead.
All right, how about coming to you from the eighth wonder of the world, Coyote Canyon Studios, and unincorporated song, Blake Shelton's God's Country.
You know what? The last part I couldn't hear you real good, but I like the eighth wonder of the world. Coming to you from the eighth wonder of the world, the Coyote Canyon Studios. Yeah. That's pretty good. Let's go to Birmingham, where John is standing by. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to let you know I saw the studio for the first time today on YouTube. It's fantastic. You guys almost look professional, really good. Rick, on the Rhinos name, I think that's a spectacular name for a football team.
Yeah.
However, if you do the single horn deal, everybody in the league is going to call them the Rhinos. I mean the unicorns. Excuse me.
Oh yeah.
The unicorns.
Yeah, I mean I didn't even think about that.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, it's all in how you draw the horn.
Yeah. I wish you could see my logo that I'll have for the horn. It's really good. Because
I think rhinos has been overlooked. I mean, that's a good animal for that.
Football.
Yeah,
I don't understand that.
I mean, we've wore lions, tigers, and cats out. You know?
Is there and really, like we said on the air back the first time we pushed it, is there an animal that's more like football than rhino?
No.
I mean,
I
don't get it. Let's go to Music City. Let's go to Nashville. John standing by. John, go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
And just want to first wish Greg a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
He's loving that.
And one thing, while y'all were out, I didn't listen to one bit of news, so I'm excited y'all are back, but I don't know whether to be happy or depressed. And then also too,
I vote happy.
Yeah.
Also too, as far as the studio goes, hear me out. I'm kind of digging the unnamed studio.
Coming to you from the unnamed studio. You know what?
Yeah, and if you
very
do
like us.
Omega,
Like the unknown
you're
comedian.
kind of pigeonholing yourself never to move again, or the show to be over. So I don't like that either.
Okay. Well, I really meant that more of not moving again.
Right.
Because if you've ever moved after being anywhere a period of time, you'll make that statement. You'll never move again.
Rick, this has been the worst moving year I've ever had.
Oh yeah.
Studio 8 and spelling it ATE is funny to me.
That is funny. If
you put a letter behind it, I like 8 Bravo.
Yeah.
I ate breakfast.
The fact that you were very similar because you had some things that you had to move personally too.
Oh, yeah.
And see, we moved mom and dad after 36 years and moved us after 14 years.
Yeah. I mean, my house is a disaster area right now from last summer. Still.
Yeah, I have something I want to share with you today that was a great moment, but I don't know. You may be too soon.
It may be.
Yeah. Let's go to Deborah in Alabama. Deborah, go ahead.
Deborah.
Hello there. I just wanted to say that I had a suggestion on the name for the studio.
Okay.
That you would be coming from the You Wanted to Know studio.
Help me a little bit.
You wanted to know.
You wanted to know studio.
Speedy, what do you think? What does that mean? I don't understand.
Help me with that. What was your thinking there, Deborah? Why would we say that?
Because you're telling individuals on the radio about all the news that's going on.
Oh,
okay. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I got you. Okay. All right.
Things you should know.
Yeah,
being in the know.
Mm-hmm. All right.
How about our cameras are too low, studio?
Jordan,
they're on tripods right now, guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna fix it. We're playing with them right now.
Jordan and is that Tallahassee?
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey,
Welcome
about it.
to home. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
All right, throw a name in the hat here for the new studio. Studio Biggin Bass Ocho.
What do you say?
Big and based Ocho?
Big and bass Ocho?
It goes back to what we were talking about in the break, right?
Yeah, I know. It's fine. That didn't do much for me, but thank you. Let's go to Tennessee, where Kelly's standing by. Kelly, go ahead.
What about the studio name being the Big Boy Canyon?
Coming from Big Boy, like the Canyon's
or we could just call it the BBC. I think that name's taken.
Coming to you from the Big Boy Canyon.
Big Boy Canyon.
It's I don't know. It may get to the point just that it remains unnamed.
Big Boy being. Never mind. I'm not gonna talk. That sounds terrible. I'm not gonna talk.
Talk again.
Talk again, Speed.
Can you hear me? You see, it came back then. It just came back. It came back.
It's back now.
Big Boy being in here, really, everybody's pushing for that name.
I love Big Boy. I love looking. Look at his face.
I know.
Feel better
I'm
right
looking
now.
at him now. He's making me happy.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. You can reach us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll have some other phone calls before the show is over. HelloFresh.com, back with Rick and Bubba in 2022. Excited to have them back. And if you have not used this meal planning service, you are missing out. Rick, tell us how it works. I will. How it works is you get with HelloFresh, and you go there and you order and say, oh, I like this. Their chefs are putting out new stuff every week, and every category you can think of. The thing I thought of on HelloFresh.com, because, you know, is coming into the year like a lot of us. Hey, we're going to try to do a little better, and maybe you want to drop a few, and you let yourself go a little bit over the holidays. And as you can see, I'm talking to myself. You can. It's one of the hardest things is what meal planning to get to the right calories you want or the right food choices you want. Well, HelloFresh can do that for you. And then the meals come in. They're in individual bags. They've got easy-to-follow recipe cards. And then you still prepare the meal. You do that, so that part's not gone. And they're just providing it, and you're picking it, and you're planning it, and you're saving yourself on your total food bill, saving money. And there's no waste because it's the right amount every time and all that. It's a really cool service. And there's 50 menu and market options every week, including some of those ready-to-eat options. Now, I mean, like I'm ready to go right now. And they have some of those too, like cucumber salad stuff. Pita pockets are great. And then, of course, they've got some great meals, recipes like the spicy Peruvian chicken. Bubba, I know you love that with the loaded rice. Shrimp fajitas. Those are fantastic. 16 meals could be yours for free, plus 3 free gifts if you'll just use the promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I know we have this story about the twins.
Well, you don't really think about these things happening.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And in California, we had 2 twins, a set of twins, I should say, that were born 15 minutes apart, which is kind of common, The difference, though, as you can hear Greg telling us, that they were born on – one of them was born on New Year's Eve and one of them on New Year's Day. So they're twins, but they have different birthdays and technically in different years. Isn't that funny?
That's very weird.
How strange is that?
And it's just going to add to the confusion when you keep trying to tell people you're twins.
Oh, I know.
And they're like, "Well, y'all don't look alike." Yeah, but you see, y'all born.
Yeah, they are fraternal. They are fraternal twins.
How about this? Y'all born on the same day? No. Okay then. Same year? No. Okay then. Y'all ain't twins.
If that's the case. If that's the case, don't you just put the pencil to it and put them both in the new year?
No, let me tell you what I do. I just don't treat them as twins. I just say they're brothers or sisters or whatever it is. What's the?
It is. Well, I don't know these names.
Is that them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are they?
I don't know.
Yeah, there they are. They're babies. They have hats on. You can't tell if they're male or female. I have no idea. If I look at their faces, I think one's a boy and one's a girl.
One is Alfredo and one is Aylin. How would you say that? That's probably boy and girl.
Yeah, I think it is.
No.
Because you can see in their sweet little faces that one looks more female, one looks more male, can't you?
Yeah, but
until they decide their gender.
Back to Bubba's point,
right.
I know that those the times that's for those that do this, that's very important to them. But do you fudge the time? To your point.
Well, I think you clean this up to make it easier. You know what I mean? I don't think you're doing a disservice to go, no, you were born 10 minutes later.
Yeah.
I mean, really, come on. What difference does that make?
I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. We ain't having a birthday party on one day and another one tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah,
do y'all know what time of day y'all were born? Have your parents ever?
I think I was born on a Sunday morning somewhere like a pretty normal time.
I'm just glad to be here.
8-ish or something like that. I think I'm just making that up. But
back in the day, we've talked about this. How the fathers that were they weren't as involved. They
weren't involved at all.
No, they were out smoking cigars.
Yeah, they were. They were at conception, obviously. But after that,
right.
We're talking about
my dad was actually bowling and got the call. Hey, it's happening, and he finished the game.
Well, I mean, there was no rush.
You can't leave open frames. I mean, come on. Everybody knows that.
Right. Bursts can be delayed, but the game can't.
Well, you finish the game you're on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me tell you something.
You don't bowl another game.
I've said this 1,000 times. We've talked about it on the show. It's been a while, though, so let's revisit. Some of you young guys out there, y'all don't know, man. We had it made at one point. Our dads and our granddads, I don't know who it was that let it get away. It wasn't our dads. Was it us? How did we? Y'all don't understand. Young men don't understand. Men used to have it made.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like now I don't know who started all this, making us get involved in everything.
Yeah.
It was.
And you business end people, I don't get y'all. Bubba, you're one of them. I had to stay. I didn't. You were.
Oh, you might want to clarify that.
Well, I mean, during delivery, Bubba,
I wanted to get down there and catch.
Yeah.
Right. I did not.
Here we go. Yeah, it's.
We were scheduled C-sections over here, so it was like we showed up, and And now JC was early, so we rushed into that, but it's a little different. You don't want to look over the curtain on that one.
Yeah, I was never put in that situation because every child of mine, all 5 of them were C-sections. So.
Yeah.
Well, we,
I had what I call the alien experience. Yeah. Oh my gosh, there's something coming right out of your stomach.
Honey, you wouldn't believe what's happening over there.
Back in those,
look over that curtain.
Back in those days, we don't have it now. Discovery Medical Channel was on.
Oh yeah,
and you go to that on your cable, and you could see babies being born every day.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
I just went and absolutely just got nothing was going to bother me.
Okay,
you know that's on what it is. Now I'll tell you the one that is tough is knee surgery. If you've seen that one,
ooh,
that's rough.
You ever seen a knee replacement?
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Did I not say that clearly?
No, that's carpentry.
Yeah, I mean they had a DeWalt with a bag on it in there going to town, and I was like, good night.
You
What
don't
have
want
done to that
any
man?
part of that.
And look, a lot of people have knee replacement. I'm gonna end up having it too, but it's it's tough to watch.
No,
I'd rather do the baby being born anytime.
Well, I think what you said
that's a lot easier.
You were trying to prepare yourself for a baby being born, so you watched it and it got you ready. I think the worst thing you could do is watch a knee replacement before you have one. Don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough.
Yeah, because you start saying things like, "How much longer?" Can I go?
But I used to love to watch the surgeries. You know, heart surgeries, open heart, where they take the whole heart out and stuff. I mean, it was incredible. It was interesting.
I have no desire to watch surgeries.
Yeah, if you got it coming up, you probably don't want to watch it. But
right.
That'll give you nightmares.
I'm about to bring up something I think we've brought up before, and I apologize because it's extremely gross. But have you ran across this pimple popping doctor?
Oh yeah, no, that's just
gross.
Disgusting.
That's
just gross.
I'm so glad you brought that up because
and there's a show about it.
I know. I saw that.
It's a big time show.
I saw. Listen, guys, if you don't think that this world is over, if you have any hope that somehow this world's going to make it, there are people that you walk around with and breathe the same air that they breathe, that sit down at their television and watch somebody pop pimples, and they love it.
I tell you, some of them are.
Who would watch that?
Some of them are impressive. You know, I was like,
so
wow.
you've seen it.
Well, I've seen, yeah. You flip by it, you catch something before
not
you.
me. When I see on the bottom of the TV pimple popper, I move on.
Yeah, that and rattlesnake roundups. I move right on quick as I can go. I don't see none of that stuff.
Anything to do with that.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Think about it. Somebody sat down and said, "Now I got an idea for a show. Hear me out." I'm thinking, I think there's doctors and all they do is just, lance and pop infected things. And you think people would like to watch infection ooze, and somebody says, "You know what? I think we got something."
Yeah. Listen, who goes in and sells that show to the network?
Well, I wish they were selling ours.
What a pitch!
I mean,
what a pitch!
I mean, let me tell you what. But you know what? There apparently is an audience for it, and that should concern every one of us.
Yeah, it should. It really should.
Yeah.
When we come back, because I know we don't have time here, Rick, but we have another medical story today that I think is going to be very interesting. It's doctors a lot of times use off-label prescribing for various medicines, and we've got one that they're having a lot of success with in some areas that you probably didn't see coming.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say anything because
it's quite a tease there, Bo.
Will it be some horrible pun? I mean, I don't know what I don't know how to respond.
I'll bring you all the details.
I don't even know how to respond.
When we come back, I'll bring you the details.
When we come back.
16 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll come back and we'll hear what Bubba he has teased it, I'll tell you that. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And thank you for being with us on the Rick and Bubba Show today. New studio, still working through it. Doesn't have a name yet. We're working through that. And also, everything's improving. You know, we're getting our video worked out. We're getting our lighting worked out. We're getting the audio worked out and to get it to where it was before. And we're inching ever closer. It's all fine tuning. I'm trying some new things to get it all dialed in. Really, one that I thought was pretty effective in the break is we're trying different breakfast options, and so we tried one today. They got our breakfast to us about the same time we normally would eat at the old studio. We're trying it; seems to be good. And I told young Scruggs, our engineer, that he could not eat till the audio was right. And boy, he's in there. Boy, look at him tweaking there.
I mean, he's really serious now.
Look at him pouting in there. All right, so Bubba, what were you talking about?
This is really an incredible story. It comes out of England. We have a lady who is a respiratory nurse, and she had been in a COVID coma for 28 days.
Wow.
She is 3 days from them cutting off her ventilator.
Oh.
Okay? And they tried an experimental treatment on her, and she is now out of the hospital and doing well.
But let me tell you got us ready.
Goodness.
Let's talk about it.
Viagra.
And there it is.
Could be the Swiss Army knife of drugs, helping to cure lethal diseases such as COVID, Alzheimer's, and also experimenting with cancer.
So let's talk about the science of that. You and I had a little discussion on this the other day, but I didn't know that story was coming.
Yep.
You almost saw this coming, didn't you? Because you mentioned it to me.
Yeah, I think I read this. That's why I mentioned it.
Okay. So, now let's all be careful with everything we say right now.
I know. I'm tiptoeing.
But there's some science to this. I mean,
they said now she was double vaccinated, okay, double jabbed.
Yeah.
She was an asthmatic, mother of two. And she says that the drug boosted the blood flow around her body by relaxing the walls of the blood vessels, which helped to open up the air sacs in her lungs.
There you go.
He's just reading the story. That's all he's doing.
Verbatim.
I'm watching you read, Bubba.
Word for word.
I'm watching it.
Word for word.
How about them air sacs?
It's the first time that that particular drug had been used as a COVID treatment in the UK. But since she was about to die anyway, they thought, why not?
Why not?
We're trying different things. And initially, to begin with, I know this is such a minefield, and I'm trying to get around it. The drug was used for angina pain. In other words,
what'd you say?
Angina, which is heart pain.
It's a heart
pain.
Okay.
It's a heart pain.
It's real close to other words, but this is. And then when you tie all this together, it just really makes a mess.
Of course,
praise God, the woman's alive.
During the initial trials, they discovered a side effect that was reported that has gone on to be probably a more well-known use of that drug.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
good.
just say
That was really good.
You know, male or female doctor?
What now?
Male or female doctor that was seeing her? That
It doesn't say, but she was a female.
Yeah, that's.
well, yeah, we know that.
And she was an asthmatic, which I paid attention to that because I am as well.
Right.
Should I have the pill laying around in case?
They said that in laboratory tests, researchers found that Viagra appears to target a form of protein called TAU, which is found in the brains of people with Alzheimer's. Well, and we go back to this. We know that Alzheimer's is restricted blood flow. We used to call it hardening of the arteries.
Correct. Which I think that really, I like
that really
better.
tells
It's
you what it
easier to
does,
say,
right? So without that blood flow to your brain, it doesn't work properly. It makes sense. And if you open that blood flow up, it does help.
Yeah, I mean,
that's really all.
Right,
I've got
that's
to
a
say
great
about
breakdown.
It makes sense.
Thank you, Bubba.
They said in male patients, it's almost like they said that not only do they start breathing again, they give them another half dose so they won't roll out of the bed.
Right. That keeps everything in good shape.
So, but
but your just about everything in your body works better if it has more blood flow.
Yeah.
Your heart, your lungs, your brain.
Blood flow's key.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
A lot of blood flow talk.
Right.
Yep. Apparently, you've got a lot of blood flow in your face, Speedy, because it's real.
Right. Well, you know what though? This is,
and that's what exercise does too.
Right.
Yeah.
Kicks up the blood flow.
Sure does.
It does, Bubba.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure does.
Yeah, I was actually. It was interesting. I was talking to my doctor. For the first time in my life, I've had blood pressure problems, and of course, if you look at all the things we've been doing over the last couple of years, you probably see why. But anyway, so it was funny because we were talking about the different stuff, and we were trying different drugs and all that, and some of them were not working. And he goes, now, when you go and you exercise, he goes, now don't take your blood pressure then. And I said, my blood pressure actually goes down when I exercise. And he said, what? and I said, my blood pressure.
That doesn't sound right.
I said, my blood pressure, it was high. I said, it's actually better after I exercise.
Right.
And he says, what?
After or during? It's after.
After.
Like when I'm done and I take my blood
car
pressure.
and hang out.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was one of the things that had my blood pressure.
That makes sense.
That was one of the things that had my blood pressure go down.
Yeah.
So at first he was like, what? And I said, well, after I'm done, I get home.
Yeah.
And he was like,
You're chilling out.
Yeah, okay. At first he was like, your blood pressure's going down while you're exercising.
Yeah.
You're going to have to pick it up a little bit. And I was like, no, I'm just talking about that seems me sitting around being lethargic, my blood pressure goes up. When I get active, it actually goes down.
Right.
And so
Bubba, I'm on your story now. I'm reading on it. It said here in the on page 3, it said
too far
that we had one, and I thought it was pretty good, and then I think we just leave it right there, don't you?
That after they gave her the Viagra, she just stood right up in bed. Recovering, got better.
Right. Yeah, I was right. Like the one I had, I'm getting great reviews on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's just, I think we're good though.
Yeah.
So
and you with that beard coming over that, if it adds to it.
Yeah. I think something about this sweater makes my beard look even longer.
It does.
It does. And slightly smarter.
Here's the thing that gets me about the callers. They actually think I'm going to take a call.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, no way I'm going to hand
Well,
that
you got to
over.
remember who's taking calls right now.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
look in there.
He's trying to encourage her.
He's eating, half listening. And
He's telling them,
screaming.
hey, that's a good one.
Yeah, look at me. Just stare at Greg in there. Look at him. Hey, Greg.
Hey, buddy.
But
we put you in the booth on this one.
Wouldn't it be just crazy ironic if that type of treatment was really a breakthrough for COVID, especially people whose lungs were, struggling?
Yeah.
As much as that's flying around, though, you'd think we'd figured it out in 2 or 3 years.
But that's back to your treatment talk yesterday, Rick.
Yes.
More treatment.
Yeah. Yeah, we really should have got on the treatment train quicker than we did. We thought we were going to do the old school. You take a vaccine, we're done with it, and the vaccine really has on the first, original, it did a really good job, and then from then on, it's just been a treatment. Yeah. So we should have been developing the treatment, and whether it's as
you're going to see vaccine 2.0 coming in the near future.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah. Here a booster, there a booster.
Well, and
it was funny talking to I was talking to a friend of mine who has it, and he goes, my goodness, I mean, there's no way I could have taken more shots than I've taken. he goes, they have given me 3 shots, and here I sit with COVID.
Yeah.
And I'm also and we are hearing just what I talked about earlier. I asked a friend of mine. I said, "Hey, did you get the monoclonal?" And he's a relatively young guy, and really healthy. And he goes, "No, they said I don't qualify." And I said, "You don't qualify?" And he said, "Yep, they're rationing it." And I said, "Are you going? What have they told you?" He said, "To grind through it."
Well, but here's the thing. Here's the question I'll ask y'all. I mean, the next variant could be much worse. I was reading an article this morning, something going on in Israel, and I thought, goodness gracious. I mean,
they got 2 more spotty, but hopefully it's going the other direction.
Well,
it's going to be less.
The thing you saw
I don't
in
think
Israel,
they know though. That's what's scary.
No, they don't.
Up against the break, the thing you saw in Israel, they think they have the first case where someone has the flu and corona at the same time. They're calling it flurona, where you catch the flu and corona. Straight up, that's what they call it.
Yeah.
I know you think I'm making a joke.
No.
But that was the Israel story that I saw.
The one I was reading just had something to do with, hey, we don't know what the next variant could look like. It may be much worse than anything we've even seen up until this point.
Right.
Or Wayne, we hope.
It could be. That's what we're hoping.
Yeah. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
It's a theme we haven't heard in a while. There were some rumors that Speedy and off his many adventures since marriage and becoming a father had tapered off a little bit. Speedy, back in the old familiar place that we used to seeing him to in years past. Some of you new have never seen some of Speedy's adventures. He's parachuted from a plane. He's been in a Russian jet when it went supersonic. He has been attacked by a police dog. He has been wrestled down by security at the Georgia Dome.
Thrown out of Cameron Diaz's limo.
Thrown out of
while
Cameron.
He was riding down the road.
Yeah, thrown out of a limo. He's been carried off many times, thrown down the steps at a KISS concert. So he's been through.
It kills us. We can't find "Shock Me" by Ace Frehley right now.
I looked for "Shock Me" by Ace Frehley.
Shock me, make me feel better. Nah.
So is it official? Will I be doing the shocking?
Yes, you volunteered. Okay. Well, just don't let your finger slip up over that little edge there, Rick. Do it one time. Test it one time. Yeah.
Well, so that's not going to be.
Sometimes when you push, you tend to slip. Just don't let it go up above that.
Well, here's what we're going to do too.
It's the worst issue you're anticipating. I wish somebody just come up behind me and get me.
Well, here's what we're going to do. Let me tell you, make it clear. Now, we're not doing. Speedy is not like a criminal where they're driving on him and try to take him to the ground. The boy in Sweeney, Texas, and Speedy's doing this for the kids. His dad was just hitting him with some little shocks on the way to school.
Okay, I got to pee again.
He claimed. Well, we're about to solve that, I think. He claimed that it was no big deal to the kid. It was not even as bad as a belt. You know what I mean? So that's where we got where we are now. Speedy said, "Well, I guess I could find out and just see how bad it is." All right, so you're going to read email, and I'm going to walk up and zap him with it and see if he can get through the email?
I guess so.
Are you going to stand up or what?
No, I'm going to sit, I guess, so I won't fall too hard.
So this is just like a bee sting here. Okay,
It just hurt a little bit.
This is just hurt.
Well, I mean, that's 100. That's 100,000.
Yeah, but how many watts is it? I mean, you'll be
No.
okay.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Well, its ability to deliver current is not.
Yeah. But this is what the kids. Back to the store. You're right.
To the store.
That one over there is barking though.
Yeah. What we're talking about is what the kid experienced.
Right.
In the store. We're not going how much can Speedy take.
We can't get back to that.
Okay.
Right. We got to stick with the original.
Y'all with me here?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right.
All right. Lord. Bless me, Lord.
Do you want to hook him up to that? Even with this?
This will be easy too. You only have to get spark with this one.
Huh?
Oh no, he needs to get the full deal.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with this one, then we'll see how it goes.
All right. Here we go. Just start.
Since that's
Are you good?
Good gosh, so it's real? Oh, Lord God. All right, subject. What a revelation to see Rick and Bubba on Turn South. Golly, it's real, isn't it? All right, no, I think they said right back here. Okay. Now, how long are you going to do it? Like one Mississippi?
How long did the dad do it?
he said he just popped. He popped him several times. Going to school.
He popped him several times.
Okay.
You want me to pop him throughout the email?
No, this is, I mean.
Right on the inside of the leg, right here.
No. I want to have more kids. Me and my wife were just talking about having a girl.
Where was the kid getting?
I don't want to be like unfertile here.
Speedy, you don't have to do it.
No, right there, right back here. Look, you're enjoying this. You're so. I mean,
he loves knocking people
I
down.
thought he was gonna be good for him. He's been worse. What are you, some S&M guy or something? I mean, gracious.
Local paramedics
All right,
circle the
dear
area.
Rick and Bubba, I was born and raised in Birmingham, but lived in Tuscaloosa since 1988. Oh gosh. I worked in Birmingham and commuted daily and have had the opportunity to listen to the show since the Gaston days. However, I married a woman from Athens, Georgia last year and moved to dog country. I have dog. I'm gonna make it through this email. Come here.
It's Rick's 40th birthday. It is the running of the Goobs. JT has an obstacle course. He has 4 envelopes to grab.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we make our way back. As we start a brand new hour, so that may be the problem. 866 We Be Big. All right, so Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we start a brand new hour. And we'll continue to update you as we move through options for a new name. Don't have one yet for the studio, but that's all right. We'll get one. It'll develop. It'll come. All right, so Bubba, as we make our way back, so we haven't we've been trying to talk a little bit over the vacation. I know the vacation. First of all, everybody on the show was getting sick. Nobody tested positive for COVID, but everybody was getting sick of all the different things. We were winding down. We were moving. It was crazy. Then we were building the studio, and people were building it on the break. And you and I, neither one went out of town. I had plans to go out of town. They fell through, but it was only going to be a couple of days of the vacation, even if I went. So the vacation life. I know you were stressed a little because this was going on up here, and you made your way up here a couple times. I saw a text once that you were at a gas station at 3:15 in the morning. I don't know what was going on there. So it was a weird vacation. Would you?
Yeah, it was. The last few have been weird for me. I'd like to get back to normal if possible.
Right, yeah.
But I know that request is going to be tough. It only comes once a year, so once it's on you can't do much about it.
Yeah, and so here's the deal. I started the vacation with a sinus infection. So once I spent time at the doctor, and then they told me I didn't have COVID, and they gave me a bunch of medicine that had no impact, and eventually I just I just treated it till I got to the other side of it.
Yeah,
that was kind of all we could do. But I will tell you that a couple things did happen over the break that were. I had a moment where I thought to myself, I told you we all got delusional, like I didn't actually have a job anymore, and I love what we do and I enjoy it, so it's not something I dread, but there's structure and there's an early start to the day. This is a quote that I had yesterday. You and I have been interacting with one of our radio brethren. They're also going through a lot of change. And I like this because they've done midday, they've done afternoon, and they've done morning. And the last thing they did to this gig was morning, which they're not doing anymore. They're doing a different thing now. And I like how this was worded by him when we were going back and forth yesterday. And he says that I wasn't made for 4 a.m. That was the text. I just found it. I wasn't made for 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And
like a book title.
Yeah, and a lot of people aren't made for 4 a.m. No. I don't think I was made for 4 a.m.
No, I don't think I am. That's why I'm struggling.
It was just I'm forced to be 4 a.m.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of times people have all kinds of discussions about what they think heaven may or may not be like, and we get some look at that in the Word of God, but not a lot of detail. I know I had this discussion at the table last night as we were enjoying an incredible meal that my wife made last night, and my one of my sons came over that lives in town, Camtastic, of course, his girlfriend, and then mom and dad, and Sherry made us all a meal that was phenomenal. And we began to discuss that, this could be a meal that may be served in heaven. It was so good.
Good, huh?
Well, then the discussion broke out about, if you look, and we're going to start the study of Genesis today in the Wednesday Bible study, it's pretty clear in the beginning that we were not eating meat. We were eating off these trees, and it was fruit, and it was plants.
Yeah.
And now I think they were delicious compared to now because they weren't in a fallen state.
Right.
And then that all falls apart, and then we get to Noah getting off the boat, and at that point God says, drain the blood out of them and start eating meat. It's all good now. But as Sherry pointed out last night, but we also know during the old sacrificial system before Christ was the final Lamb of God, that God appears to love the smell of meat roasting as sacrificial, because they'd put they'd put it on the fire, and there we go.
Yep.
And we do know that God made clothing for us when we fell from animals, and some of y'all don't know the pecking order, but it was established pretty well. So anyway, we started discussing what you and I've discussed before. When we go back, if you look at what Christ has done, he's reconciled us back to the garden.
Right.
We lost the authority that was given us to now who really rules the fallen earth, which is Satan, and he legitimately took it away, and then Christ countered that and took it back and gave it back to the redeemed. Everybody with me? So that's
Yeah.
So we're working our way back to the garden, the new heaven, the new earth, God being back in our presence again, not distant from us at all. And then it talks about we're going to have a feast.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
I like that.
Well, is that feast going to have meat in it? Because we're going back. Well, of course, you said.
Absolutely.
I used your line last night, and everybody agreed. The word feast wouldn't be used if there was no meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Sherry threw out, well, God apparently likes the aroma of roasting meat, even part of sacrifice. And then Brody said, but then it also says, though, that the lamb and the lion will lay down together.
Right.
Carnivores are not going to be eating meat anymore. Mm-hmm. So are we going to get meat? And so it was. I'm not saying that I'll be. And I said, well, we're not going to be disappointed.
No.
Whatever the Lord,
whatever God says, I'm good with. I'm down with.
And we all finally ended it on He's the ultimate preparer of meals, so we're not going to complain about it. So that's when I said, and this is going to be a little sensitive for you, and I apologize for what I'm about to say.
He's pointing to Bubba, y'all.
Okay.
Thanks. I bet I know where you're going.
So, and I apologize for this ahead of time because I know it's been a year of transition for you.
I know. Thanks, Rick.
I think 2021 may have been rougher on you than 2020.
Yeah, it was. I tell you, I can't.
Yeah. So
I felt like I was swimming upstream all year.
So pardon me for part of this.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
Know. Come on.
You all know that there's no question, because it doesn't even get into the meat world, that we will have cornbread in heaven. Everybody knows that. It's I forget what scripture.
Even though it doesn't directly say it.
I think Ezekiel may have seen it. I can't remember who told us about it. But anyway, so
I think it was on the leg of the beast he saw.
Maybe.
It was a metal skillet.
Let me tell you this. I love cornbread, and somebody can look at me. You look, and somebody can look at me and say, well, "We had that on your arrival."
Mm-hmm.
I like cornbread. I love it, love it, love it, love it. But it's a little messy. Okay, so you can't just eat it anywhere.
No.
Okay,
crumbs and everything.
So anyway, I was headed out, and this is where it gets a little sensitive. So pardon me for this. I was headed to the farm to do a little deer hunting, and I got to do that a couple times on the break. I'm sorry, buddy. And so
we got to talk about what happened when I went with you.
Yeah,
but that's for later.
Yeah, and we can talk about that when we come back, because that's my B part of this. So I was going out the door, and I'll come back and we'll talk about it, and then we'll get into this other. And as I was going out the door, Sherry said, "Would you like to take some cornbread with you, left over from last night?" And I said, I don't know when I would eat it, because we're kind of going to hit the ground, try to get out there. And she said, "You can't eat cornbread while you're hunting?" And I said,
it's a legitimate question.
I said, I don't really think so. So we'll come back.
No, they smell the butter.
And we'll come back. And we'll tell you about a couple of hunting trips from the break. One of them, Speedy and I don't know what's wrong with us.
Yeah.
And we're all going to do it. It looks like a team hunt is coming together for this weekend.
Are we supposed to talk about that?
Yeah, why not? I think we should, don't you? No? Are we not supposed to?
I don't know.
Well,
after the fact's better.
Can we just say we got a team hunt coming this weekend?
Yeah,
all right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. Wednesday Bible study back today. We start a new study on the book of Genesis today. We start Genesis 1, verse 1, and we roll. All right, and we'll do that till we're done. I was discussing the question, can you eat cornbread while hunting? And two things were coming together here, and that is that I really, really, really enjoy being in the great outdoors, and I really, really enjoy deer hunting, and I really, really, really enjoy cornbread. But it's not really made for I'm going to sit here and have a snack, protein bar, peanut butter crackers I've got in a little pack or something you put in your little bag you carry with you, binoculars and all that. But I started thinking to myself, what would it be like to eat cornbread in the woods? And I'd never done it before, and I thought to myself, could this be similar to what heaven would be like? And so put everybody out and got down to where I was going to be, and I sat down, and I took it with me. It was in a piece of foil. It were 3 pieces of cornbread.
How'd it work?
And I just set it down, and I will. You know what? There is one picture I can send Adler, and it's actually of the cornbread. And it's me with it in the shooting house, by the way. So I will send this to Adler. Adler, would you want text or email? Do you care? Email. Okay.
I like his email. Did you see that? It's like he was on a keyboard.
It's like he's learned from you or something. How to do that.
Yeah.
So, you have the obvious problems with the cornbread crumbling.
Yep.
And I worried about that, but I thought to myself, if I have it and I keep it in the foil, but then you worry about the foil making noise and being seen. But I will tell you that I worked my way through it, and I just wanted to try it. And there was a moment, Bubba, when I am looking out over God's creation. I am wearing camo. I have a high-powered rifle. I am watching for deer, and I am eating cornbread.
Well, how was it?
That's pretty good.
I look at the times in my life where, there's moments you go, I'll never forget this.
Did you feel a little bit like Enoch at that point? Just to walk on in?
That I was going to walk with God, that I would be invited. It was like the combination of all the different sensations I wasn't really prepared for. That the wind was in my face, so I had it like I liked it. So the wind would blow in my face just a little bit, and then I would look out over the greenness of the food plot into the hardwoods of the trees and back over some open area back to my right, and I'm eating cornbread, and I'm wearing camo, and I'm hunting. And it was, I worried about trying not to drop any in here because that could bring critters, anything like that.
Yeah. And I'll clean that up.
And I didn't worry about that too terribly long. And
did you think bottom piece only? Because it seems like the crumbs don't seem to drop as much.
Yeah, there's one piece that I left that I thought was too big, and I left it in the foil.
Right.
But the 2 smaller pieces, I was able to consume just to get the sensation of what it would be like. Mm-hmm. and I will tell you something, it was heaven on earth.
Yeah.
It truly was. And so I didn't know what to do other than just share that moment. And I thought to myself, I'm thankful right now.
Yeah.
Thankful that I am able to do this, even in a fallen creation.
Mm-hmm. I did not get that email yet, Rick.
Yeah.
So I may need to text my dad. Hey, Rick might have sent you a picture of cornbread for no reason.
Yeah, right. I do send stuff to your dad a lot intended for you.
If Rick sent you some cornbread, please forward that to me.
Yeah.
We need it for the show.
Yeah.
Is a conversation I might have to have with my dad.
Yeah. So I think it's caught there, but it may be coming to you.
Okay, I got it. Hold on. I'll pull it up here.
Just this is the piece that I didn't eat. I just took a picture of it and sent it to my son to say, if you want to know your dad is eating cornbread while hunting.
Look at that.
Look at that right there.
Mm.
Can you see God's creation just right out there?
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
You made a lot of noise with the aluminum foil. I get it.
Well, it was early in the hunt.
Rick,
we did. Greg.
I feel the same way about Nutty Buddies.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. So we were able to hunt, and I tried to put together some kind of show hunt, but everybody had conflicts other than Speedy. And
you guilted me, Rick.
Yeah, and one of your sons, and
it worked.
So, we've got the rut pretty much figured out at our place, and our place is not some high quality. You're going to see, Boone and Crockett's and things like that. But there's some deer there that are good and decent, and our deal always has been, and it's gotten better over the years with some neighbors working together for us to try not to shoot, every deer that moves, and supplemental feeding and trying to create, good nutrition and you see the improvements. But again, this is not a premier hunting county in our state or country, but it's good, and we enjoy it and we love it. And as my son would ask me later, he wanted to know after what Speedy and I did on this hunt, why do we buy feed and why do we do food plots and why do we have all these cameras and why do we figure out the mating habits of deer, and then you and Speedy let two bucks walk that I thought that's what we were doing this for.
Yeah, I saw those pictures. Those were nice deer.
And so Speedy and I don't know what's happened to us. I still can't describe. I think I didn't shoot my deer because he didn't follow the schedule that I preferred.
Right.
Yeah.
And
was it going to mess up dinner?
Yeah. No, it was weird, Bubba. It's like I had let everybody out, and you've done the host thing, back when you had a place, and you let everybody out, then you go and sit somewhere after letting everybody out, and sometimes everybody being let out will push one if you'll set up right. Which that never happens to me. I've always heard the legend of that, but it's never happened to me. So I sit down, and it's 2:05, but it's the rut, Rick. Anything could happen.
Sure.
And I sit down, and like at 2:15, I'm texting my oldest son about whether we're going to come to Miami or not. And I look up, and like a deer that we should shoot at our property just steps out of the woods and starts looking around for women. He's not eating or anything. And I'm sitting on a pasture. So I've got a big open. It's not like he's moving in behind trees.
Right.
And he just looks my way, doesn't smell me, starts walking, walks by me. I look at him through the binoculars, through everything, and I'm like, man, that's a good deer. And I just kept saying that over and over. That's a good deer right there. And before I know it, he was gone. And I just didn't shoot.
He wasn't going to just stay.
Yeah.
You've probably got some other deer, and it's you wanted something bigger.
I don't know what I'm waiting on. And Speedy.
Look, y'all put me up. So we go down. And my youngest is with me, Reese, and he's all fired up. Okay, the other two, they love to hunt, grew up hunting, but they're not that into it right now. Okay, Reese, on the other hand, he's duck hunting right now. He loves it. So, Dad, let's go. You said, hey, I'm gonna put you on a field. Now look, the wind's not right for it, and so in my mind, as soon as you said that, I went, I'm really down here for Reese anyway. Let him get something,
Yeah.
But now look, we put a stand. Okay, it's just a ladder stand. It's on the right side of the field, and the wind will be coming through your face, and you might see something, but we haven't hunted there but yet. And so I get in that stand thinking, I'm not going to really see anything. I'm going to kind of hang out.
I know.
And then it happened.
Yeah, I think Speedy got caught up, and we'll talk about that when we come back. I think he got caught up in trying to document for me how the deer are doing.
Yeah.
And then suddenly I'm like, hey, man. All right, so we'll be right back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. So mypillow.com/Bubba, I loved at the end of last year when they just said, look, we're going to do a URL. If you go to mypillow.com/Bubba, go there, and then you'll get all the savings that are available to the Rick and Bubba audience. Boy, there's some good ones right now, too. Right now, they've got their luxury hotel quality towel sets. Their towels are fantastic. $39.99. Now, that's going to be a $70 savings. $70. MyPillow slippers, Bubba and I, we love ours. Whatever size, whatever style, whatever color, you get 40% off. Giza Dream bed sheets and flannel sheets are buy one, get one free. And bathrobes or any kind of sleepwear or their quilts are in a great array of colors and styles and are from 100% U.S. upland cotton. They're 30% off, and then we have other things there that are discounted as much as 75%. So go to our URL, mypillow.com/Bubba. Let the savings begin. You can also find a link to that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so we did a little hunt over the break. Speedy and one of his sons able to come, Reese. And so Speedy, I guess what he's telling us, Bubba, and you've been there, that he has a bad attitude about where I'm putting him. He thinks I'm putting him in the gar hole.
His low expectations.
Right.
He
thinks I'm gar hole.
I'm just saying, last time he come to hunt with me, he shot a 12-point in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And so, which is why I put him in the gar hole. But no, I really didn't. That where I put you, and we all have these different personalities. If there's a hunting club you're in, or you're fortunate enough for your family to have a place you hunt, you kind of learn the place, and I can't describe it. All the different parts of property have a different personality, and the deer seem to act differently in different places. And then just when you think you got it figured out, like me, sitting down going, "What's a late field? If they come here, they come late," and he walks out at 2:15.
Yeah, sure.
But anyway, so I say go to the stand. It's just a single stand. It's and the wind is bad to sit in the shooting house, so don't sit there.
Right. Right, and you said it. We kind of just put that up. Really hadn't sat there.
Yeah,
nobody right?
had been in that stand.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of hanging out, and now we're getting the group text messages, lined up.
I love the group text.
Oh yeah, all right, hey, everybody's in, all
Yeah.
good. You want all good from everybody.
Yeah.
So all good has come through, and no activity, and to make it worse for me, everybody had started seeing stuff before me. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm really in a hangout mode, really hoping Reese gets something.
Sure.
That's kind of my mindset.
Yeah. And my son was on the hunting trip, too.
Yeah.
So I was feeling the same way.
Yeah.
Which I think led to my indecision. Yeah. Hey, Rick, that deer's not going to walk to your son, though.
Right. By the way, I never feel anything like that.
Yeah,
I know there's something wrong with me, but I'm like, I don't care if Braden kills a deer or not. I'd like to see something.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely. Probably need to check my heart on that.
Yeah.
It takes time.
It does.
I haven't always
I'm still
felt
young.
That
See,
way.
I'm still young.
I hadn't always felt that way.
Right. Okay. So all of a sudden, I see the first young doe come out. I'm like, okay. And I think I even texted, hey, got me one.
You did. You sent us a picture of it or a video of it or something.
And
he's
then,
becoming, at this point, like Mutual of Omaha.
Yeah.
He's sending us videos of everything that's happening.
He's Marlon Perkins.
I'm going to tell you this, and for all of you hunters out there, this ladder stand, it is on top of the green field. And where they're coming from, I mean, it's right there in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's close for those you can't see. And so I've got really good footage here. I'm like, man, they're right on me. But it also means that I'm exposed. I can't move much or they're going to bust me, especially since nobody has been in the ladder stand. So I'm trying to be really stealth here and just kind of barely move, but document, hey, I got something. Trying to be sharp. And then all of a sudden, this next doe comes out, and she was acting different. Okay. And I could tell she was getting kind of pushed a little bit. And I was like, okay, something's up. And I said, I think I got me a hot doe on the field. And then before I knew it, there were young bucks running around there, and I felt, to your point, like I was doing an outdoor show.
Yeah,
I'm like, check this out.
Mode, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I see her kind of look behind me a little bit, and that tail was out straight, and she kind of walked a couple of steps forward and looked back again. I went, oh my gosh, he's coming. And then sure enough, there he is, right on the same trail as she is.
Of course.
And he's working a scrape. And I couldn't see his horns, but I could tell, hey, he's a bigger bodied deer. Darker fur. I knew something was up. And I saw him working those glands to get on the back leg. You know, I'm like, my goodness, he's peeing all over himself. You know?
Thank you. Yeah.
And all of a sudden he pokes his head up, and I went, well, holy moly, I should say. And I started.
Mokely.
You could say Mokely.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to edit.
Nobody heard it but you.
Yeah. And I started videoing.
Yeah.
Thinking I was sharp.
Right.
And I'm like, check this out. Never once did I reach for the rifle, which I'm trying to examine myself.
Right.
I didn't sit up and go, oh, God. I was more involved with wanting to video it.
Good footage. I've watched it several times.
Yeah. And so I video it, and I even try to zoom in on it like I'm real sharp.
Right.
Okay. And I wanted to talk in a hunting voice. Hey, okay, we got one. Like a hunting show, but I didn't. And so I sent it to you, and I was trying to make sure that the video wasn't too long. So it was trying to do like 15 second video clips. So the first one I send to you, he's kind of behind a tree, but I kind of see him a little bit. Many times I could have taken this deer. Yeah. Many times. And the does, there was a couple that you could tell were just kind of there to hang out, and they were a little bit more nervous and getting pushed around a little bit. And then I see a half rack coming in, and I'm like, man, there's bucks all over the place. He's still there. So then I go, okay, I'm gonna video a little bit more. He's still here. And for some reason, when he profiled and I saw him walking off, and he kind of put that head down, I saw that rack came out over his nose a little bit, and I went, hey, that's a little bit bigger deer than I thought. And I'm like, well, he'll come back out because the hot doe is still on the green field.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, he's going to come back out, circle around. I'll get a better look at him. Never comes back out. And so then I start looking at the video that I sent y'all.
I know.
And I start zooming in, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's a shooter.
Yeah.
Well, what am I doing? And I don't know what was wrong with me. I never had an elevated heart rate where I'm like, man, here I come.
Yeah.
There's a buck. My goodness, I just was into video, and I don't know why. Who am I?
I think many people listening, because Bubba,
you just enjoying the outdoors.
We've talked about this before, and I can
became a photographer.
I can hear it in the audience. I can hear it in the audience from those that hunt, and we will have to give you a slight correction, even though I agree with what you're saying. Is they'll say, well, if you didn't react to the deer, then you did the right thing. You don't when you shoot one, the reaction is overwhelming. But I did have the reaction to the one I saw and still didn't shoot him. I immediately grabbed my gun, got up, and was ready to go.
Yeah.
And then what happened with Speedy is he got caught up into the videoing.
There it is.
And then when he sent us the video,
well, no wonder.
When he sent us the video, we start firing back, going, Speedy, have you looked at this deer?
Right.
And I know what it was. His daddy didn't shoot, and then he felt he didn't. Don't you think, Hal?
Did I see mine before, or did you? No, you were early.
I was early.
You were early.
I'm back to my point.
Hey, people still unpacking their bag at that point.
Well, Daddy let one walk. I can't shoot one.
But you know how we all of our characters, we all rub off on each other.
Yeah.
And this one right there, and I'm pointing right at Greg.
Yeah.
You want to know what another little voice in my head? I don't want to mess with this thing.
Yeah, that's legit.
All right, let me ask you this.
That's legit.
If you wouldn't have shot the one at Bubba's last year, would you have taken this
probably,
deer?
Yes. But then I thought, man, how cool would it be? My last hunt of the year last season was I got one at Bubba's. My first hunt this season when I got one at Rick's.
I would have went with that.
That would have been
good.
That would have been pretty good.
Bubba, I do the thing that, if it's your place, I did because it was too late. I didn't realize it was too late. I finally sat back and said, Speedy, shoot that deer.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to shoot that deer.
Was it gone at that point?
It was gone, yeah.
To never be seen again.
To never be seen again. And I'm like, first of all, know where you are, okay? And you've done an amazing job with your property, but we just saw probably two of the bigger bucks that you have roaming around, and neither one of us did anything.
And one of them would probably get hit by the mailman.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Here's
there
the thing.
he is.
Let me tell you where I couldn't see yours good enough. I don't think yours was as old as mine.
No, and that was kind of.
But he had a better rack than the one I had.
Okay.
But the one I saw, well, I mean, they were different. But I thought yours rack-wise was more impressive than mine.
Wow, it was tall.
But the problem that I had with mine that makes me even madder is it's about a 4-year-old deer. And where we hunt, like Greg said, if I had 1,000 acres,
I wish I had
maybe
show
you don't
mine.
worry about it. But my land, I have a very small tract of land, and I share these deer with other people.
Yeah.
So when I see a 4-year-old deer with even though it was only a 7-point outside the ears, I mean, I don't know what
wild.
You let it go, somebody else gonna get it.
Yeah, I don't know what I was doing. And I think, and let me tell you, here's the thing about it. At least Speedy had the one on at your place last year about when you had it. Last year
nice.
is that I have not shot a deer I don't even remember it. I have no memory of the last time I shot a deer. I mean, it's been
you
that.
had an opportunity. You'd say not take.
It's been that long. So I think I might have taken a.
Well, we were talking about the team hunt. I can't even tell you the last time I've shot a rifle, much less a deer.
Right.
With a rifle.
Yeah.
So
well, but Andrew was with us, friend of the show.
Yes.
We've brought up Andrew a number of times, and he cannot comprehend why we did not take those deer. He's like, what? Why do y'all do
Old
this?
Buckmasters.
Have you ever had that thing?
What are you doing?
Well, you ever had that thing when someone asked you to explain yourself why you did what you did, and you're almost like a little kid, and you're like, I really don't know.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. I've let a lot of them walk because I just want to go to dinner.
Right.
You know?
Right.
I know.
Well, that's legitimate.
Yeah. And then you always think to yourself, and I guess that's why you shouldn't, if you think they're right on the line, is we all have had that moment. You walk up on a deer, ground shrinkage, you're like, I shouldn't have shot that deer.
But it happens.
But the
still ain't the end of the world.
No, but Rick, the point that everybody keeps asking, I'm not at anybody else's place.
Yeah, right.
I can shoot any deer I want
That's
to.
a great point.
You know, I mean, and then you know who I have to answer to? Myself.
Yeah.
I mean, and
But then I started feeling bad because we go back to Camp House, and we got the stew that we're about to eat, and it's just, and you're like, man, I really wish I could have put that deer here in the Camp House.
Oh yeah.
I'm
know.
like, I started feeling bad.
It would have been great. I don't know what's wrong with us. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our numbers. We make our way back. And there's some of the tales from hunting trips over the Christmas break. And hopefully this weekend, if everything plays out, looks like we'll have a team hunt for the first time in a very, very long time that all of us have got to go at the same time. That has not happened much. It's hard to do.
That has not.
It's hard to get everybody on
a lot of moving parts.
Going
I don't know if we've
on.
ever been everybody that we weren't missing somebody.
We went to we've all been. Didn't we all go to Dream Ranch?
I don't know.
It seems like one time.
Possibly.
Yeah,
I think one time because Adler was there.
I wasn't
and
there that day.
were you not? So you weren't there when Braden killed his big deer?
I wasn't there.
Okay.
You weren't there when Adler
Hence
kills
the reason
his?
I don't care if he ever kills another deer or not. He killed a huge one there.
Yeah, he did.
A big one that I'll never even see.
Adler, you killed your first one on that trip, didn't you?
I did. That was that was my.
Is that
first
not
one.
it right there?
First one to get, and it's right there in the shot. By the way, Helms. Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Now you hit that coyote with your car, right?
The coyote I hit with my car. Yeah.
That's kind of cool, though.
Guys, I have to say, I don't think I can go. By the way,
I know. I remember
this weekend.
Yeah, you were
can't
talking
go.
about that.
If I leave my wife alone with a 1-year-old for another full day, I think it's marriage over.
Especially after the way as good as your vacation was.
Yeah, 'cause
Right.
the vacation was spent up here. Yeah, I know. I worried about that with you. And
Ruby's not quite old enough to go hunting. If she was, you could just take
we
her.
could bring her.
Yeah.
Father-daughter memories.
No, let me tell you
camo.
something. Let me just give you a little hint going forward. If you have a child, and she's too young now on the serious side, but if you have a child that you can take with you, you'll be amazed how understanding the wives become.
Yeah.
I mean, as you're going out the door with the children and they have a day to themselves, buddy, they are 2 thumbs up on that.
Yeah.
So if you get Ruby involved in the great outdoors, that you'll start getting to go all the time.
She's a rambler. She'll be up for it. I can tell she's got that kind of tomboy spirit about her. She when we dance, she just jumps in the air and slams down on her knees. Like that's how she dances now. I'm like, wow, you're rough and tumble. This is great.
You know what it is? Mosh pit. She knows how you.
Oh yeah.
He loved the mosh pit.
Oh, let me tell you something. He can't get enough of it.
He got injured.
So we've covered quite a bit on the program today, and I was looking at some of the stuff going on that Bubba I think might interest you, and what Adler has on 7 here. Have you seen this thing with the cats and Elon Musk and his Starlink satellites?
Yes, that's funny. He's putting up the high-speed internet network. He's been throwing out these satellites. It's called Starlink. And they've just now gone online not too long ago with the receivers and selling the service. And the dish apparently has been a big hit for cats trying to get out of snow.
So they're getting, this is it?
Yeah.
Look at these cats
Isn't that funny?
So that's what it looks like. And what is this he's doing? It's
called Starlink. It's basically wireless internet from satellite, so you can get it anywhere on the globe. And the final plan's going to have thousands of them out there, and he's been throwing out 50 or 60 with every launch. So he's got quite a little constellation out there, and they're selling the service now, and that's what the dish looks like. And as you see, it's a big hit with cats. I have a pretty good idea that if you have that many cats on your dish, it's not working.
Yeah, that's got to be a signal
That's going to
problem.
attenuate it there.
That's got to be a signal problem.
That's about 250 dB loss, wouldn't you say, John?
So what do you did you see? I think I said it to you. Did you see Babylon Bee interview Elon Musk?
I saw the headline. I didn't see the story.
Yeah, they interviewed him, and at the end, he didn't. I mean, they started asking him, and if he wanted to basically submit to the lordship of Jesus Christ,
really,
and to be saved, and his answer was basically which would be expected at first. Well, I don't have any problem with Jesus and the teachings of Jesus, and and all of this. And of course, the Babylon Bee, it's kind of like this show. I mean, they will go, super spiritual, but at the same time, they really don't ever stop joking around a little bit too.
Right.
So it's kind of hard to at one point, he just looks at them and he basically says, well, look, if Jesus is saving people, then he can save me too. If he saves people, sure, I'd like to be saved. Now, I'm not saying that that's some, I'm repenting of sin and submitting to the authority of Jesus, who now guides my life. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it was a kind of an interesting conversation. And the fact that he would be interviewed by Babylon Bee alone shows he must be familiar with him in some way, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Of course, I think he's pretty laid back and likes being interviewed, and he's done a lot of interviews. Some of them have got him in trouble, but and he's usually just kind of tells you what he thinks.
Yeah, because Babylon Bee does all this, and they'll do interviews and stuff too. And I guess at the end of every interview, they ask this question. It's kind of like they're, if you've ever been on one of these, sometimes these podcasts you and I get on, have they ever done that thing at the end? I think they even did it with us together one time where they go, all right, let's do some quick questions.
Yeah.
What's your, if you had one thing that you had, one movie you had to see, and that kind of stuff, they kind of do it like that, and then they get down to this question, and you see him kind of ponder it and think about it for a minute, and then he's like, well,
can we see the clip?
Yeah, I don't know where this clip is in the conversation, but I'll let me see. Is it here? Yeah, I've got it up.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever you want to put it up, and it's kind of, it's obviously right at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, guys are going straight to hell for this one.
Get into the whole Jesus rest thing. Okay,
straight to hell.
This is church. So to make this church, we have to make sure. We're wondering if you could do us a quick solid and accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior.
On the show.
Personal Lord and Savior. It's a quick prayer.
I mean, let's just say, I agree with the principles that Jesus advocated, and that there's great wisdom in the teachings of Jesus, and I agree with those teachings. And things like turn the other cheek are very important, because as opposed to an eye for an eye leaves everyone blind. So forgiveness, is important, and treating people as you would wish to be treated. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Very important.
So it's like a 60-70% yes?
As Einstein would say, I believe in the God of Spinoza. But hey, if Jesus is saving people, I mean, I wouldn't stand in his way,
So it was
we have a little work to do.
Yeah,
there.
but still,
I know. Had the conversation.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. From the broadcast plaza and teleport, say, I told you I'd forget. No more the unnamed studio, starting a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here. Engineer Young Scruggs helping out as well as we continue to try to dial this baby in. She's brand new, and just like, a new pair of shoes, you got to break them in. So we'll continue to work that and work through the kinks, and so far so good as far as the general setup. But there's a lot of details we're still fine tuning, both on video and audio. And welcome back for another hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
All right, we got an update on the Bucks and Antonio Brown.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well, a couple things that we can clarify from the story, and there's two things. First of all, we know about the meltdown that Antonio Brown had. We showed that to you on the show yesterday. And after the game, the head coach Bruce Arians said that Antonio Brown was no longer a Buck. But as of Tuesday, as Speedy was telling us in the break, he is still on the team's roster. Details have not yet come out about the sideline altercation on how it's going to go. And then we have a person who is on the inside of NFL things. Does anybody know Josana Anderson? Who was that? Anyway, whoever this is says if Antonio Brown wants a job on another team in the NFL, he can have one. No one is afraid to put Antonio Brown in their lineup now because of his performance on the field. So I guess he thinks that Antonio Brown is still good enough that people tolerate the drama. But Bruce Arians is saying he has not been told about what was upsetting Antonio Brown. You remember we told you yesterday it was about a foot or ankle injury that he was told to go in the game and didn't want to go in the game. He was told then he'd go to the dressing room. He took his gear off, threw it in the stands, and then began to do various dances that seemed to show a foot and ankle that was just fine.
Yeah, I think all that dancing and running off kind of rules out the ankle thing. But now look, we've had Antonio, and he is an incredible talent on the field when you can keep him on the field.
Yep.
But he has had these crazy problems with the Steelers, with the Raiders, with the Patriots, and now with the Bucks.
Yep.
I think that he may have a problem.
And don't let him hire you to cook at one of his events.
One
of his things, he's stiff the shit.
Yeah, Greg, thank you. He seems to be slow pay.
Yeah.
So
didn't somebody moving him? I mean, a moving van. Didn't he have a fight in that?
Yeah.
I can't keep up with it, to be honest.
Moving company.
Yeah, I mean, whatever Antonio Brown needs to do in his life for these dramatic meltdowns to go away, he hasn't done because they continue to happen. And so, again, you go back to, do you play well enough for us to tolerate you? And I think the Bucks were saying yes, but
up to this point.
But we can't have you walk off the field with no shirt on, throwing things into the crowd and dancing and making a spectacle of yourself while we're playing the Jets. So, like that, does the foot and ankle like it's hurting right there?
Pretty good there.
And so
I really think the NFL has tolerated about all the AB they can stand.
Yeah, it's not like they haven't been understanding and accommodating, and so I don't know. I don't know what.
I think he needs to get mental help, and I hope he gets it.
Yeah, but if you're Bruce Arians, you're like, hey, we're trying to win a back-to-back Super Bowls.
That's one thing as a team you don't need is distractions, and that he's turned into a big one.
But I know
it's kind of like the fine, crazy matrix.
It all started when he froze his foot off. Remember that?
Yeah, the cryotherapy.
Yeah.
It went downhill from there. It's just signed a huge contract with the Raiders.
And wears socks like they tell you.
And really, honestly, if we're being honest, kind of ruined the show Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
He did.
You're right. You're right about that.
So anyway, but he, about he's gone, and so is Coach Gruden. But anyway, that Hard Knocks episode of the Raiders, we didn't get everybody.
Did y'all hear the rumor yesterday? Harbaugh to the Raiders. Did y'all hear that?
No.
Yep.
Which Harbaugh?
Jim.
Okay. Really?
That's what I heard.
Really? Think about that.
It was out there swirling around.
All right. So what's the other Harbaugh's name?
I think I made it.
John with the Ravens.
Yeah, with the Ravens.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Harbaugh coming back to the NFL with the Raiders.
Yes.
Right.
Well, I mean,
write it down.
Michigan looked good in the play. Great Michigan looked good in the playoffs.
Well, they did, Rick. They ended well.
Do you think what
he's thinking? This is the only shot I had, and no way we're going to be any better.
Did it look
than
crazy
this.
seeing their helmet in the playoffs?
Well,
they hadn't been there in so
I
long.
like seeing the helmet. I wish they played better.
Yeah, I'm kind of going down the road that Greg went down. Do you think that this year he's like, look, I have taken this team and massaged it and worked on it, and I have drug and pulled, and I got Michigan into the Final Four, and we laid an egg. I just don't think that's as good a Michigan team as I can put out there in the Michigan world.
Well, it's a change, though. At least you're going in the right direction.
Yeah.
Because they've underperformed the last few years, so, I mean, they feel like, hey, this is a step in the right direction.
Let's face it, they were the leftovers. Them and Cincinnati were the leftovers. Everybody else, Oklahoma State, if they'd have just won one more game, they'd have got in. They were Michigan was the leftovers.
That was the guy who dove for the end zone and missed it by
you're
like
right.
a yard. Right?
Sure did.
Got hit.
Now, didn't they lay an egg in the bowl game and everybody's
They
like,
came back.
Did they
Beat
come back?
Notre Dame.
They did
come
come
back,
back. So they looked bad in the beginning of
They
the
were
season.
down by 21.
Okay, so that explains all the smart aleck comments I saw. That must have been early in the game.
Yeah.
Because I was kind of
Early,
confused
they were getting ahead
because
of
I looked at they had won and then people were like dogging them on social media, and I was like, I didn't understand what happened.
Yeah.
But I guess that's it.
LSU looked good last night.
Yeah, didn't even know they played. Did you?
No,
I didn't either till this morning. They got beat by Kansas State, 42-20.
Yeah. Of course, to half their team, did they opt out?
That's
or
why we don't
whatever?
give bowl games anything other than college football playoff. Let's just face it.
I think that
I like them when you can watch them and they're good games, but you know.
But I have. You're right, Bubba. But I have such a hard time caring about games that the players don't even care about.
that's part of it.
I mean,
Did we have
why
a bowl
should I get
game?
excited about a game the players don't?
Did we have a bowl game this year, other than the college football playoff, where all players said, "I'm in," and it was a good matchup? I don't think we did.
I watched one or two that was back and forth that were pretty good, but I can't remember what they are now.
Of course, Matt Corral said he was in, and he wished he had.
Yeah, I know.
The first quarter,
See, I
when they were
hated
carting
that.
him off.
You know, I hate that because, like we said yesterday, he was saying what we all believe: you're on the team, you play.
Yep.
And then he goes and gets hurt.
And I don't think it's a devastating
Right,
injury,
right, I
but
hope
still.
Well, he still
it
did the
doesn't
right
look
thing.
good.
No.
He still did the right thing, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because there's no guarantee you're
game.
not going to get hurt in football.
There ain't no guarantee you're going to get hurt riding in the car.
His point was not, I'm not going to get hurt. His point was, I think if you're on the team, you ought to play.
You ought to play.
Right.
And I might get, I might get hurt, I might not, and you did. But like I say, it's not career ending or anything.
No, I think he's fine.
All right, so 15 minutes past. We'll come back. We'll take phone calls. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. We'll find out what is on your mind and hear what you want to talk about. We've hit a lot of topics. All of them are out there. You can comment on any of those. Or you can bring your own topic to the table. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All lines are available. We chat with you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes now, past the hour. 20 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is the number. We are here. We're taking your phone calls now. So you can join us. Dial us up, and we'd love to hear what is on your mind. Bring something to the table. Ask a question. Whatever you need. It's our time to chat, and we're looking forward to it. From the brand new studio, still no name for the studio. Those you'll keep emailing. Thank you for those. And we're looking and kind of letting the studio develop its own personality. We'll talk to JR first. JR, welcome to Rick and Bubba out of the great state of Alabama. How are you, JR?
I'm doing great. Thank you, guys. Hope y'all had a nice sabbatical there.
Thank you. Yeah, we did, man. Really needed it.
I wanted to ask you what your thoughts were on the Alabama-Georgia game coming up. I know we escaped Auburn. We didn't really beat Auburn. They beat us for 13 and a half minutes of the fourth quarter all the way through the game is what I'm trying to say. We escaped there, but
59.
Georgia was a beatdown, and they're favored in this game. And I wondered what your thoughts were, and I'll hang up and listen.
All right. Well, yesterday we talked about this a little bit. You may have missed it. I for the life of me, can't understand how Alabama is not the favorite in a game with an opponent that they beat handily 3 weeks ago, and Alabama won their playoff game too. I don't know where that came from.
I think Nick Saban is wanting some yummy rat poison.
Yeah, well, he got it.
He's pulled some strings. No, I mean, Rick, how in the world the SEC championship game had everything going for Georgia? Okay, they had the home crowd. It's what 45 minutes from their campus. They had everything going for them in that game and got embarrassed. They didn't get beat. They got embarrassed.
Right.
Now, did that wake them up? Are they going to be a better team now? I don't know. I know this, that Nick Saban has an incredible record against his former coaches, and he's beat Kirby several times, who we like. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
And has done a great job at Georgia. But Alabama's got their number right now. And, Rick, that's the point. They beat them, 3, 4, by the time they play again 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I just don't know how you make them the favorite. That doesn't. I can't follow that for nothing. I don't get it.
Yeah. Now, that, as you said, Georgia can beat Alabama.
Yeah, they're capable,
and they might beat them. But that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about who's going to win the game. I just can't believe Alabama's not the favorite. That
going in.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Based on everything you just said.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Look, we continue. Let's go to Jordan. Jordan is traveling. Jordan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Mac. Happy New Year, Greg.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I just want to shout out my parents because they got me the greatest lawn chair known to man and got me a biggin chair for Christmas.
Oh, you got one of the Rick and Bubba biggin chairs that were limited offer. I mean, you had to get them. Yeah. Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know how they found it, but they did it, and I'm happy with it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I've got one too. They're really
they're good. Yeah, I don't think they're in the store right now because I think we basically take the orders, then we find out how many we need and we have them made. So whoever loves you got in there and got that order done by the day we needed them done, and congratulations, the results are in. Let's go to.
Just glad to know you got somebody that loves you.
That's right. Yeah. Lewis in Alabama. Hey, Lewis, go ahead.
Hey, Lewis from Mackworth, Georgia.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. It says Alabama on the screen. Go ahead.
I just wanted to call and congratulate you guys for the work they've done in a 15-day period. Some of the tubers are kind of, they don't like to set it up, and they say it looks too newsy and stuff like that. But
I'll have an opinion.
Say that other than them, and you guys know that you all did a fantastic job. I like it.
Well, thank you, man. I'm glad you do like it. Look, everybody has their own taste, and then sometimes things grow on you. You know, what we want this thing to do, which is most important, the look is important for those that watch it on video, but really for it to be able to function and do all the things we need it to do in the modern era of what we do. And so
and be flexible.
Yeah, right. Yeah, be able to do throw a lot of different pitches, as you say, Bob. I like
Day
that.
one.
Let's go to Chris in Alabama. Chris, go.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you very
too.
much.
I heard the guys in the kickoff hour talking about some of their dogs getting storm anxiety or from fireworks. A good over-the-counter solution is Benadryl. 1 milligram per pound. I used to have a dog had real bad storm firework anxiety. 30 minutes, hour before the storm or fireworks started, had her nice and snoozing away. They ain't paid no attention.
How about that?
Yeah, it's just like putting a baby to sleep.
Adler kind of does that with Franklin.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What
Gives
I
him a little medicine.
Yeah. What I do is I leave the anxiety, then I hold a bunch of fireworks in my hands if I want them to do something.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Let's go to Jay. Jay, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I'm good. How are y'all?
Good.
Great.
It's first time it's the first time I've gotten in. Let's put it that way. I've called several times. It's the first time I'll ever get through.
Well, I'm glad you did. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, earlier y'all was talking about they discovered the what they call it, flurona, the flu and the coronavirus.
Yeah. Saw that story out of Israel.
I had that last November when I had the coronavirus. I was told at the time that I was the only confirmed case of the beach-strand flu in the state of Alabama.
Oh, really? So you tested
Well, that's a
positive.
record you don't want.
Well, how did they know that? Do you test positive for flu and COVID on the both tests?
Well, the first time I got tested, I tested on a Monday, was told I had the coronavirus, and there was nothing they could do for me, and no medication or anything like that to go home. And so as 2 days went on, I got worse. And a friend of mine who I picked up the virus from, he got medication, was over in 2 days, but I kept feeling bad and bad and bad. And I finally went to where he went, and I got myself retested, and that's when I was told I had the coronavirus and the beach-strand flu, and they told me it was all the same test.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I can tell you this, Rick. Right before right after we went to break, I actually went because I didn't feel good, and I wanted to rule out COVID before we went on our 20th anniversary trip.
Oh, yeah, man, yeah.
And they tested me for both flu and corona, and I asked I was negative on both. It was 2 separate tests, so they may be able to do it in one, but mine was 2. And I asked that question: have you had anybody recently or ever come back with both of these positive? And they said today we had our first. So I think it is a common thing amongst these.
But you said yours was a year ago.
Yes, exactly. It was the
first recorded case.
Yeah. So what could they give you any treatment at that time that helped you feel better, or did you just have to grind through it?
Yes, they did. He prescribed me, I think it was 6 different medications. One was being a prescription grade vitamin D3. And the other was Tamiflu and all like that. Within 24 hours of taking the medication, I was over it.
How about that? That's good.
When I was sick at the last week of the year, when I went, they gave me 3 different tests. They gave me COVID, flu, and then just a culture to see what, and they all came back negative.
Yeah. Well, here's why that's important.
About
Because
the 3rd swab, you're like, okay.
So about done with the swab.
Well, the reason why that's important, and this is real serious right now. The reason why that's really, really important is because you do not want steroids if you have COVID early in the game.
Yeah.
Flu, you do. So if they don't let them give you a steroid shot thinking, well, I don't feel good, you better be sure because if you test positive for COVID, you don't want that steroid shot. Because that could make that situation worse.
You want it the second part.
But see, if you end up with the flu or you end up with a bad cold, then they're like, well, we give you a steroid shot, you'll feel better.
Yeah.
So it's real, real important that you do that testing, and I know now it's hard to get testing, but it's because the way they're going to treat it is going to be some of it's going to be real different.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Look, we all want to be sure that we start off this new year right. I know Greg has obsessed over it. But look, let me tell you, if you're going to be growing a small business, look, and you're about to make a hire, one thing you don't really have time for, and that is for you to get bogged down on the hiring process, and you waste a lot of interviews on people that really did not even have the basic qualifications. So what you do is you go to our friends LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and you can post your first job post for free. Okay, go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and here's what happens: they use a few screening questions, and those screening questions that you provide for them, they do that for you when they throw it out there in front of their 770 million people, and and then every week there's nearly 40 million job seekers. So that's a lot for you to take on if you're trying to run a small business. But what they do is they go ahead and screen out people that really aren't qualified. So then when you start interviewing them, you're only interviewing the best. So they'll help you set up those filters, and you can change those with their app and all that. It's very easy to use. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Again, that first job post is free. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Also go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. But there are a couple things that we need to hit, and we'll go back to some more phone calls here shortly. Aaron Rodgers, and of course, you know how people have fun. They're calling it Hug Gate. This world we live in. So people, rightfully so, but you got to remember, Aaron Rodgers, when it comes to the pandemic, is already on the edge because he's not a big vaccine guy.
Yeah, well, he's been under the gun.
Yeah, and he's a treatment guy, not a vaccine guy. And, of course, the vaccine seems to be turning into a treatment, so they may all become the same thing. But anyway, he apparently, and we've all thought this is silly when they do the 6 feet distance while they're interviewing players after the game,
on the mic stand,
while they're
that's
outside,
kinda weird,
and then sometimes they'll do a mask or whatever. But apparently, after the Christmas post-Christmas game on Christmas Day, I guess the Packers play on Christmas Day, did they?
Yes. I think so.
Yeah, and so he gave her a little hug here and moved on. And so people are like, whoa, if y'all did that interview and then you went by and gave her a hug on the way out.
Big whoop.
And he's saying, I gave her a hug because we're friends. And I know her and she knows me. Look, it couldn't have been, and they do a high five, sort of a high five, and then a hug, and then he's gone.
He didn't pull a Joe name.
That is so silly.
And he said, I hugged her the way I would hug any friend I saw on the field, male or female, even guys from the opposing team.
Yeah.
You hug them on the way out. It was no different. I don't know why anybody's making a big deal out of that, and I would have to say I agree. I don't know.
Ridiculous.
I think what it is we have so much access, and we've been given platforms. It's like every single one of us, just with the click of a button, can be in charge of the homeowners association of the given neighborhood. And we're going to bless people out. We're going to point our finger. We're going to hey, everybody's a commentator now with the click of a button. Hey, I got something I'm going to say. There was a time if you sat in your house and you looked at the TV going, well, look at him hugging her. It'd just be the people in the room that knew about it. Yeah. Now you can go, it's.
You have to comment on everything.
Yeah. Well, I got to be
surprised. I'm surprised.
Got to be sharp.
That someone, and they probably have, if you'll look at Twitter, somebody's on him for hitting her hand too hard with their five.
High five.
Probably for hitting a woman. I'm surprised that's not out there.
Are y'all making that
I'm
up?
serious.
That's
you
not
could
true.
probably look that up.
True.
Well, it's I'm making it up, but you never know these days.
Yeah. But you know what? Look how even something you said that was so outlandish, I thought it could possibly be true.
Don't forget about the John Madden thing yesterday about the video game.
Thank you.
And nothing's off the table.
Well, you're right.
Nothing's off the table.
Right. So now, who is Andy Cohen? Because he's not going to.
He's
this
very
is funny.
flamboyant. He hosts. Does he have a radio show?
He
He's
was
got
on
different things.
CNN's New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but believe it or not, I took a pass on that.
Well, I will say this: we watched it this morning,
It's
and it's pretty
hilarious.
funny because you can tell he's had him a few, and he starts ripping De Blasio.
Yeah, well, can I tell you what's funny?
And then he called Journey the fake Journey.
But let me say this: I know that he and I probably don't have a whole lot in common, except for this.
Yeah,
I will not be shamed for having fun.
Yeah.
How about this? I was at a New Year's Eve thing. I knocked a few back, and I was cutting up and having fun, and I ain't apologizing for it.
I'd rather do
you
that.
know it. And
Give me some.
I think he was
prepared statement.
I didn't see it live either. I saw just a little bit of a clip. He was really jazzed up, and I think we got to look at it here, Rick.
Oh, do okay.
Rick, watch it when it gets going on the mayor.
Tell us something, Andy.
Okay.
Watching Mayor de Blasio. Oh, don't go on a rant.
Do his
Don't go on a rant.
victory lap dance after 4 years of the
This is how you
crappiest
want to start the
term
new year.
as the mayor of New York. The
That's how
only
you wanna
thing
start the new
that
year?
Democrats and Republicans can
That's
agree
how-
on
I mean,
is
this is
what
how-
a horrible mayor
is
he
how
has
he-
been.
Wow.
So, sayonara, sucker.
Wow.
2022.
I mean-
it's a new year. Because guess what? I have a feeling
Speaking of
I'm
which-
going to be standing right
of
here
which-
next year. And you know who I'm not going to be looking at? Dancing as the city comes apart. You.
Sayonara.
And now I love
Rick
it.
will not apologize.
No, here's what I like.
I'm glad.
Here's what I like. Y'all did it earlier, so you know what I'm talking about. I didn't know this part. Where he claims he's not apologizing because he thinks because of COVID-19 and Betty White, people need to have some fun.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, you know, Betty White, when he want to cheer everybody up, Rick.
Yeah, right. I'm just cheering everybody up. I love the fact that the only thing that Republicans and Democrats can agree on is what a crap job you've done in New York.
That is
this
funny.
city is burning to the ground and you're dancing.
God, that's so good.
All right, let me see. Which one are you, Speedy, in there?
Sayonara.
Production.
Yeah, it should be pride. I think it's labeled pride, maybe.
Ooh, Speedy's weighing in for the first time.
Let me see. Where is it on here?
Is it not on?
Yeah, it's on
It's
here. I
there.
just had it in front.
Dang, he's trying to
Let
weigh
me
in.
find it.
Let's see. Here's a production.
Rick, go to Speedy.
Here it is. I got it. I found it. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Well, it wasn't that important, but I was going to say we getting calls. Did Don Lemon? Did he knock a few back too?
Yeah, he went on a
Yes.
drunk rant. Too.
Somebody
did.
said he had a he had. A
Yeah, I
rant.
saw
Yeah.
a call about that.
Now, if y'all remember when he got accused, he gets a little handsy when he gets to drinking.
Yeah, I did hear
You
that.
remember that?
I did
a few
hear that.
years ago.
Yeah, which
I tell you, CNN, they'll knock it back
They
on
will.
the show.
I was about to say, maybe he needed to find Andy Cohen.
I know.
I mean,
he wouldn't apologize for having a good time. I'll
That
tell you that.
would not. He ain't gonna apologize for it. But yeah, so Lemon had a little too much too.
Yeah, we're just getting some calls that apparently he had a little New Year's Eve celebration of his own, and
He's
and
done that
went
before,
on a
hadn't
New Year's
he?
Eve rant.
Well,
Didn't he do that? Didn't he do that last year too?
I thought
He
he had
did, by
done
the
that
Yeah.
in years prior, and I
Yeah.
asked the callers, "Is this new?" And they said, "Oh yeah."
I think it was.
Yeah.
But you're right. He did get in trouble last year for being drunk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, New Year's Eve and live microphones, it just doesn't go together. I mean, it's not a, when everybody who's commentating is also having adult beverages, I mean, you're just looking for this kind of stuff. Yeah. And did you see Anderson Cooper was about to, he was like, don't
grabbing that jacket.
Don't do this to me right here.
Well, he did enough so that when they get called into the meeting, he can go, I was trying to
I
stop him.
tried to stop him. I did everything but tackle him.
Now,
I probably kind of wanted him to keep going, but he just
is he openly gay, or is he just a flamboyant?
Oh no!
effeminate?
Yes, he's
Okay.
he's about as
Well,
about as gay as it gets.
then he's okay. He can say whatever he wants.
That's right. He ain't
Yeah, and if anybody is mean to him, just say, "Well, you're homophobic."
Yeah, he's not
And
in trouble at all.
I'm not going to stand here and let people be homophobic against Aaron Cohen. Or what's his name? Andy Cohen. Andy
I tell
Cohen.
you, that was funny.
Huh?
That was funny.
Yeah, well, but I like that he's pointing out, and it does anger even people on the left when politicians who have done a terrible job start acting like they didn't that they've done some great job, that they're worthy of some celebration or something.
And I'm like you, the fact that he threw that he was trying to cheer everybody up because Betty White had died.
Well, now, before y'all get on me, because of COVID-19 and Betty White's death, I was trying to cheer everybody up.
That's good.
If you just go out and throw things like that, COVID-19, Betty White, I'm gay, nobody can be mean to you.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and if anybody comes against you, you just demonize them.
So, all right, we'll come back. We'll wrap up the hour with phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can make your comments, ask your questions, bring your information to the table, and we'll chat with you to find out what's on your mind. We'll look to if there's any headlines we missed before we wrap up this hour. We'll share those with you, too, as the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after the break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Your phone calls coming in. 866 We Be Big. If you want to join us, come on. All right, so Wednesday Bible study will start back today. Been off for 2 weeks. Nobody in the room because we still got some work to do there. But as far as the online option, will be there. We'll have it live at noon, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. It'll be archived to the YouTube channel and to the podcast channel, as is the norm, soon after. And we start our study on the book of Genesis. Bubba, going back to the beginning today.
The beginning.
And we'll walk through the entire book, and we'll be done when we're done. So that'll be happening today. Phone calls. Let's go to an anonymous caller. And Bubba, anything else you need over there before we go?
I think we're good.
Okay.
All you.
Phone calls. Let's check on anonymous here. Looks like out of Millbrook. Anonymous, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres guys.
I appreciate the call very much. Go ahead.
But yeah, you were wondering why Georgia is the favorite in this game. But what the odds makers do, they try to get it to where there's an equal amount of bets on both sides.
Right.
So it doesn't really matter if they believe Georgia's going to win the game or not. They don't enter into it.
Yeah, it's all about
it's even on both sides.
Right. They've got a formula that they're going to benefit from, and they'll do whatever they got to do to try to get that formula to work.
That's right. And they don't take bets. They sell these point spreads to bookmakers.
I see. So it has nothing to do with. That's why it doesn't make any sense when you look at it. We continue. Let's go to Terry. Listen to us on ZZK. Terry, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to put my 2 cents on the name of the new studio.
Okay.
Ocho Teleport Studios.
Ocho Teleport Studio.
No, teleport.
Say
that.
Okay.
Like that.
Well, so, yeah, I mean, I think, it's kind of like with intern names. Once there's any part of someone else's name, we normally don't drift to it. We've done teleport.
Yeah, we're just kind of waiting to find that one that we'll go, that's it.
Yeah.
I think we're dancing all over it.
What you're saying, Bubba, is we're waiting on Eureka.
Yes.
And,
That's it.
It just hadn't happened yet. Let's go to William out of Andalusia, 107.7. Hey, William, welcome.
Welcome. Happy New Year, guys.
Hey,
you
man,
too.
thank you very much.
I hope you got into your studio well. I had a name for your studio. Actually, it's a two-part. I was just listening to the Righteous Brothers, which is Rick and Bubba Studios.
Now, hang on. I think I might have looked down or something. How did the Righteous Brothers fit into that?
Well, that's one of my favorite bands.
Got
so
it. Yep.
I brought two together, and it was an RB, so Rick and Bubba Studios. So more or less, it'd be an RB studio.
I just got to be sure. I'm going to try this one more time. The R for you is not Rick. It's Righteous Brothers and Bubba. That's where you got RB from?
No,
Righteous Brothers RB.
Another RB reminds you of this RB. Got it.
True.
Got it.
Yes,
got it. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
That may be it, y'all.
Yeah.
That's the way to work through that, Rick.
Well, it was
three times.
I got it. Yeah. I should. I'm learning a lot. I really am. Center, Alabama. Listen to us. Likely, I would think, out of Gadsden. Ken, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Fired up.
Yeah. Hey, I was just wondering if y'all heard the news about all the hospital systems reporting that 40 to 50% of their patients are vaccinated. Houston just said their entire hospital system, 50% of their patients are vaccinated. I mean, it kind of obviously proves the vaccines aren't working, and not even to prevent infection and transmission, but it's also not reducing the severity of symptoms since they're hospitalized.
No, I have not seen that number. I there's no doubt that we all have seen that the vaccinated, no matter how, booster this and that your chance of catching it has not been stopped. Now, some people may say, has it been reduced? I don't know.
Or the severity once you get it, but you're saying they're in the hospital, so probably not.
Yeah, and we all have been lectured pretty good about having the audacity to even question the vaccine. I certainly am not anti the vaccine, or to maybe say some of the things that have been said about the vaccine, what it can do, maybe are unfounded or yet proven. You're not allowed to do any of that. No. But I think now maybe we don't have to. Maybe everybody can just look at the facts and say
thankful for it, glad we got it. Hopefully it has helped some people and will continue to help people as more of a treatment. But I think we can all come together now here at Variant, wherever we're at, and say if you're vaccinated, boosted, triple jabbed, whatever it may be, natural antibodies. The problem that we're having is we haven't taken politics out of this and said, here's what, if we wanted to really comprehensively look at this, here's what we ought to be doing. All right, here's how the people who had it before and have natural antibodies but are not vaccinated, here's how they're doing. All right, here's how the people who've had it before, had natural antibodies, and are vaccinated, how they're doing. Here's how the never had it, vaccinated, and boosted are doing. Here's how the never had it, never been vaccinated, here's how they're doing. And until we will do all those categories, this is not science. It's preferred. So we need the information on every scenario, and then we look and go, any of these doing better than the others?
Well, I think too that.
And comorbidities is still a problem.
Yeah.
You still, if you're a sickly person, I've seen this in my own personal life with friends and family who have gotten it.
Yeah.
The ones who are healthier don't do as bad as the ones who aren't. Okay,
Yeah,
and
fair.
And that I think we can say that's pretty fair. But there's always exceptions. I have an acquaintance of mine that, by all appearances medically,
super
was
healthy.
incredibly healthy, and it killed him. So I do think those are rarer, because there's going to always be people that say, I don't meet everything you came up with, because all of the science we have, Bubba, in a fallen creation says this is mostly right. But
Well,
there's
I
always
think
exceptions.
back to the list.
But that list, we need information on all those categories, not some of them.
I think back to your list, though. I think the ones who have been trying to track it like that are realizing there's no clear-cut picture.
Yeah, and then
it's all over the road. And I think that's why we're having a problem locking in on something. And again, some of the medical professionals that I absolutely trust are still saying that you are better off vaccinated than not if you haven't had it.
Right.
In the battle. So
Yeah.
I don't. That's what they're saying. I'm not endorsing that. I'm not endorsing it.
And like you said, when they told us that was before this last variant.
Right.
So what's happening now may prove that not to be true.
Did you see the other variant in France that y'all have?
Well, there's two more that they're talking about already coming down the pipe. Another one from South Africa, and one that is I think it was from France. What was it? IHU or something?
Yeah.
So
But
this is going to be
and we hope that it wanes.
endless supply of this. Yeah.
But I think because of the way things that we've seen with other coronaviruses, and I know this one had gain of function.
That may be the real kicker there. We don't know what we're doing.
But all we got to go on is coronaviruses we had before, and then we can say, well, this one's not doing what the others did. But what we better move to, and we better move there quick, is treatment. That's where we better be. That we need to be moving to treatment. Because the take this and you won't get it, I think that ship is sailing. So what we need to get to is treating it. Hey, you're sick. Here's how you get better.
Right.
And let's keep you out of the hospital. Let's keep you alive. But you're sick. It's. I mean, that just seems to be the way it's going.
Well, we do know this from our past few years. We're going to have to learn to live with it.
That's
However,
right.
we're
That's
going
right.
to do it.
And
So
I do feel us doing that. I don't see it.
Yeah, we're getting there. The lockdown concept has kind of faded.
Yeah. I mean, everything goes on, and then you decide what you will and will not participate in. But the shutting everything down didn't work.
No.
So don't do it again. It did more damage than it helped. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.